Welcome to the beautiful island of Malta. This jewel in the heart of the Mediterranean will, for 1 week, put aside its peaceful, relaxed atmosphere as it plays host to the loudest, most outlandish, most adrenaline-fueled competition on the planet. Welcome to World's Strongest Man 2009. No. 30 of the world's strongest men are chomping at the bit to see who can walk away with the ultimate prize in strength athletics. Amongst them in Heat 1 are Englishman Jimmy Marcoux and last year's runner-up, the American Derek Poundstone. So it's time to crack on with the action. Let's head on over to the first event with all the details. Here's Zoe Salmon.
Thank you very much, Martin. We are all raring to go down here at the very first event of the medley. 3 athletes at a time will go head-to-head down the 20-metre course. First off, they'll have to pick up this. It is a 100-kilogram cannonball. They'll take it 10 metres down the lane until they get to the sledge. Once they've done that, they can throw the cannonball in and then run the whole way back to get the 105-kilogram keg. They need to come back, throw that in the sledge with the cannonball. That is a combined weight of 335 kilograms. That is very heavy. They're going to have to pick the whole thing up, which of course I cannot do, and go 20 metres down to that finish line. Tough stuff. So who would I put my money on? I would say the American runner-up from last year, Derek Poundstone.
Thanks very much, Zoe. We'll be seeing Poundstone in the second of the 2 heats. But let's have a look at the rules for this first event. The time limit, 75 seconds. And all the objects have got to be carried way down the course in the fastest possible time. The combined weight, 335 kilos. And here's our first competitor, very tough customer indeed, Konstantin Ilin from the Ukraine. His body weight over 300 pounds. The giant Sebastian Venter, 6 feet 7, 331 pounds, an awesome physique. A little bit of doubt about the form of Kevin Nee of the United States. He's had 1 or 2 bad injuries this season, but he too weighs at a massive 300 pounds plus. So away we go. Right in the centre, the tallest man, as you can see, Sebastian Venter, perhaps just in the lead at the moment, crashing down into the sledge. Kevin Nee just a little bit behind Colin.
Well, Sebastian Venter is more used to throwing balls than carrying them. He's a former shot put champion of Poland. But look at Nee, he's got both arms bandaged up. He tore his biceps just about 18 months ago, and he thinks he might have redone it. He's very nervous about it. Everything he's doing is cagey in the warm-up, and, well, he seems a bit cagey now. But look at this, Ilin charged off into the lead there, but the body weight of Venter's really helping him with this drag.
If Venter could just keep his arms straight and use his body weight even more, the momentum of that sledge would keep going all the way to the finish. We can imagine the friction is making it very hard, but Sebastian Venter over the line inside 1 minute. So not a bad start from the man from Poland, Konstantin Ilin, approaching the line, but Kevin Nee, well, he looks as though he's all in.
Well, Nee looks almost like he's ready to give up. He's glancing over to the sideline there, looking at the other American competitors.
There's the whistle, and so Kevin Nee has to be satisfied with just over 16 metres. For the fastest time, though, Sebastian Venter, 54.37, not bad. Konstantin Ilin, 66.49. Not sure that'll figure in the overall standings, but you can see the toll it has taken on Kevin Nee.
In lane 1, representing Canada,
Heat number 2.
Louis-Philippe Jean.
Massive man again. They're all big fellas.
In lane 2, from England,
Jimmy Marcoux, the shortest of the competitors, but a very tough customer indeed. Comes from Harrow.
In lane 3, representing the USA, Derek
One of the favourites,
Poundstone.
Derek Poundstone, finished second in World's Strongest Man last year.
Ready?
As Zoe said in the introduction, he could be a threat to everybody.
Well, Poundstone, despite being so heavy, very fit athlete. He's won just about everything in the last 12 months. The only thing he hasn't won is World's Strongest Man, and well, some people say he threw it away on the final stone last year against Pudzianowski, so he's got something to prove this year. But look at this, Marku, Britain's strongest man, doing very well.
Tell you what, Jimmy Marku's had a cracking start to World's Strongest Man in 2009, but Poundstone just grinds out those hard yards. He's heading towards the finish. It's going to be a very quick time indeed. Just a little hiccup before he goes over the line. That is fast. 38.71. Marku is finished, and so is Louis-Philippe Jean. The top three all coming from Heat 2. That was fantastic.
Well, I think that's a big scalp for Marku. Louis-Philippe Jean, twice Canada's strongest man. Very impressive, very strong legs as well, so good scalp to take there. Second for Marku, very good for the Brit.
Louis-Philippe Jean there looking quite satisfied, but Jimmy Marku, when he recovers, he will be smiling all over his face. Good start for the Englishman, but Derek Poundstone has really laid down a marker to everybody else in this competition. That was superb.
As expected, the 2008 runner-up is leading the way here in Malta, but England's Jimmy Marku has got off to a very respectable start in an event he's not ideally suited to. The same can be said for the next event. The truck pull proved Marku's undoing last year. To find out if he's conquered those demons, join us after the break. Welcome back to World's Strongest Man 2009 here in Malta, where England's Jimmy Marku has made a good start. It's time to head back to Zoe Salmon, who's joined by a true legend of this sport and a competitor who, in his time, was practically unbeatable in this next event.
I am the most excited person in the world right now because I'm here with not once, not twice, but 3 times World's Strongest Man, Mr. Bill Kazmar. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Well, tell us, I have heard, could be wrong, but this little baby weighs 20 tons. Surely not.
It's true. It's one of the heaviest trucks ever pulled. It's really going to be a difficult pull.
Wow, so what techniques are we going to be looking out for today?
Well, the guys are going to be strapped in and pulling hard on the rope, but they're going to have to stay really low and use their legs like pistons, and their arms are going to have to act just like their legs to get this truck all the way down the course. Some guys are probably not going to finish.
And on that note, actually, who we should be looking out for is Mr. Jimmy Marku, because last year he failed to even move the truck.
Well, Jimmy Marku certainly got off to a good start in event 1. There are the rules for the truck pull. 75 seconds, the time limit, 25 metres the course, and as Zoe was saying, 20 tons the weight. So that's what faces Louis-Philippe Jean of Canada in 3rd place after the first event. Didn't get away to a particularly good start, but came through strongly in the end. Now, you heard what Bill Kazmaier said. You've got to use the legs like pistons and stay low. So Jean just squeezing the rope there. That's not bad technique, Colin.
No, that pulling rope needs to stay as close to horizontal as possible. It's a little like propping in rugby. I'm sure Martin Bayfield could tell us a lot more about that, but the lower you are, the more you're getting your legs into it. Of course, the forces from the arms very important as well. You have to try and keep that pulling rope as tight as possible. You don't want this truck to stop because the inertia of getting it started again is very hard to get over.
Tell you what, Colin, I bet there'd be a few good prop forwards in World's Strongest Man this year. They're all big, strong fellas. So here we go, and of course endurance is a massive factor in rugby, and it's a huge factor in this truck pull. He's got to keep going. The front of the truck has to cross the line before the whistle goes. It's going to be inside 1 minute. There we go. It's not a huge time in terms of 58 seconds plus, but it does lay down a marker for everybody else to beat.
Under a minute, very good time by Jean. can see how hard the getaway is on the legs, but it's very hard on the arms too.
Kevin Nee of the United States now. Disappointing start for him to this contest, and still a huge question mark as to his fitness. And as Colin was saying, when we saw the last competitor, he's got to use the arms. And Colin, it's the arms that are really suspect as far as Kevin Nee are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to use your arms in a truck pull, then you need colossal body weight. Someone like Terry Hollands, Brian Shaw, they could get away with it. They're nearly 200-kilo men, but Kevin Nee, you can see he's really quite a slight frame for world's strongest men competitors. He's under 300 pounds. He's a slim man compared to the other guys. So if his arms aren't working, that's going to cause him big problems. And it is. He's going slowly.
Well, a former team member of the USA team, which won the team strongest man competition a couple of years ago, driving forward. They're not very long steps, but actually that can be an advantage sometimes.
Well, yeah, if you overstride, then you can get yourself in a position that isn't very powerful. But these are almost too small. You can see he's starting to stand up now. He's not really using his legs. He's just trying to lean in and use his body weight. And well, it's going to be a slow time. He's going to get inside the 75 seconds, but he's well behind Jean.
65.59 seconds for Kevin Nee. The advantage for him is he's still in one piece. He still can carry on in the competition. That's the main thing.
Well, we're looking at his grip there. Look how loose the rope is. It's slack, it's not tight. He wasn't using his arms at all. There is an injury.
Jimmy Marker is still smiling after that second place in the first event. Good start for Britain's strongest man from 2008. The leading time so far, 58.28 by Louis-Philippe Jean of Canada. And this is good technique by Jimmy Marcoux.
What I love about Jimmy, any competition, he always arrives with a smile on his face. But he turns it on at the last minute. Last year, though, it was just so poor for him, the truck pull. It really ruined his chances of getting through to the finals. He was last in his heat there. And he turned it around. His technique isn't brilliant, Paul. It really isn't. He's doing steps that are far too small. He's moving 2 or 3 inches with each step. He's got massive legs. He should stride a little bit longer, drive further with each and every pull.
So Jimmy Marcoux just wobbling a bit there. Keeping the pressure on, though. Looks as though it could be quite a good time. But remember, we've got some fantastic competitors to come. So Jimmy Marcoux staying low, driving for the line. Just a reminder, 58.28 to beat.
But he's got better shoes on this year. He's got rock climbing shoes, gives you much better grip. Last year he didn't have the right equipment, and that doesn't help. You really have to be professional about your approach. And Jimmy Marcoux's time then, 1:07, that's behind Nee.
He could end up in 6th place overall. Let's have a look at it again. He really tired towards the end. Well outside the 1-minute marker.
Wow, Jimmy, what a market improvement in last year. You must be absolutely delighted the crowds are all behind you there.
Yeah, I don't know how I did, Paul. I did not quit do so. I don't know the turn back, kept going. And the crowd helped me, so yeah, it's finished at least.
Well, Sebastian Venter looked very, very confident at the beginning of this event, but he began to struggle halfway down the course. Eventually got the 20-ton truck moving and finished in 58.37, but we understand he may have sustained an injury. Konstantin Ilin of the Ukraine. And when anybody comes here from the Ukraine, we always know they're very, very strong indeed. Away we go. Well, this fella comes from Kiev, and that is a real centre of excellence for power events and strongman events like this one.
I've seen him compete a couple of times this year in the summer. Very strong overhead, very strong in the powerlifting movements. I haven't seen him do many athletic movements, but he looks good at the moment. He's very low to the ground. Really aggressive as well, isn't he? Absolutely giving it his all here. He knows he's representing the Ukrainian flag, and that means a lot to someone from Ukraine. They've got Vasyl Vereshchuk in the history books as champion in 2004, so a lot is riding on him.
He's also got a great cheerleader alongside him, the great Mariusz Pudzianowski there on the far side. Got a fair set of abs as well. Coming across the line now, that's a very good time indeed. Konstantin Ilin there, 50.08. That could be a winning time, a cracker.
There's a bit of camaraderie between Pudzianowski and Ilin. He doesn't speak English, just speaks Russian and Ukrainian. Of course, Pudzianowski speaks multiple languages, and he's been coaching him through this truck pull in Russian.
One more competitor to go in the truck pull. So 20-ton truck behind him. He'll just be concentrating on getting down that 20-meter course as fast as he possibly can.
You ready?
Little nod of the head there says, yes, I'm ready. Then squeezes that rope. Make sure the harness is tense behind him. There's no slack there. Now he can begin to drive on. And he's just seen the fastest time being set by Konstantin Ilin. I tell you what, he's going for it big time here.
This summer I saw him pull 2 double-decker buses in a row. He really is very good at this type of event. He's so fit, he's athletic. In many ways, he's come out of the same mold as Pudzianowski.
This is absolutely fantastic. He's going to destroy the time set by Ilin. That is win number 2 for Derek Poundstone. Absolutely unstoppable at the moment. 42.66. That is miles better than anybody else today.
And how can you do something that hard, exert that much energy for over 40 seconds, and still not be out of breath? Amazing, really.
Absolutely superb. Maximum points once more.
Derek, congratulations. That was a great time, but we all know you're a good puller, so surely that time mustn't come as a huge surprise to yourself.
You know, I was a little surprised. I was pulling the same truck the last 5 weeks in training. It was heavier than this by 15,000 pounds, but this has more wheels. I had a real hard time getting momentum, and I was having a hard time. I didn't know if I should try to jog with it a little bit or keep, just kind of grinding through it. So I was indecision, I think, cost me some time too, but I think it's a good time altogether.
No surprises to see Jimmy Marcoux at the bottom of the pile after an event where height is definitely an advantage. Derek Poundstone maintains that 100% record, and Ukrainian Konstantin Ilin takes second. Poundstone still top, but Louis-Philippe Jean has taken the number 2 spot. 5 points for Ilin moved him into third, and Marcoux has slipped, but remains in touch of those qualifying places. Well, as expected, Derek Poundstone leading the way here in Malta. But next up is an event that hasn't always suited the big American. It's a classic strongman event. It's painful, and this year it's even heavier than ever. It's the squat lift.
So I suppose you could call this apparatus the rack of pain. 7 maximum lifts. That will take us to a maximum weight of 370 kilos. Nobody has reached maximum so far, but Ilin and Nii lead. But some bad news for one of our competitors.
No good. My back very pain. Today finish for me competition. Thank you very much.
That's a real disappointment for Venter. There's the time limit, 75 seconds. The range of weight starting off at 280, finishing on 370, and a maximum, of course, of 7 reps. Well, we heard that this could not be Derek Poundstone's best exercise. But after all, he is leading comfortably at the moment, 2 wins out of 2. And that is an absolutely superb performance. Bare feet, or just wearing the socks there for protection. That will give him a better hip position.
Squat!
And to say he's not very good at squatting, look at the size of his legs.
Well, you can see why Sebastian Venter didn't fancy this if his back is hurting. Down at the bottom, your legs are hitting parallel to the ground. Up he comes again. He's not using any knee wraps. That's one of the aids that these guys normally use. I'm surprised Poundstone isn't using it. Reckons he's more comfortable like this, though. Oh, here comes number 6. Up it goes.
Now, can he do 7? This would hurt the rest of the competition because it could be win number 3. A big breath. Just, but anyway, it's a very good time for 6 lifts. He goes into the lead at 30.02. Is there any stopping this man going through to the final?
Well, I think Poundstone would have liked to do all 7. He looked good for it in the first few lifts. Surprising, really, that he didn't get that last one.
So only one more competitor to go, England's Jimmy Marcoux, who missed out on a place in the final for the last 2 years. I wonder how he feels.
I'm quite confident I can squat any time. I think I was born to squat, but there's some good squatters in my group as well, so see what comes. I think if I come to the stones and lose again, I think I'm just going to get Atlas stone and just put in my living room and just look at it until the day I die. That's all I can do. There's the top 30 guys in the world, so hopefully I don't do mistakes. Whoever's going to make a mistake is going to have to wait until next year.
I certainly like that quote by Jimmy Marcoux, born to squat. Great physique, tremendously powerful legs. And a good time to beat here by Derek Poundstone, 30.02. Here we go.
Good squat. 2 years ago in Anaheim, Jimmy was squatting there. He beat everybody, including Pudzianowski, squatted every single weight. Though it's a little bit heavier, well, a little bit, I say, it's 10 kilos per lift heavier this year.
Well, if he were to win this one, he could certainly consolidate his second place behind Derek Poundstone, and that would do his chances of going through to the final very, very well indeed. He's going to win this one. He's got it, 25.57 for 6 repetitions, and that beats Derek Poundstone.
Well, it's the fastest time of anyone, but Marcoux doesn't manage it. Bit surprised with that one.
Marcoux maintains his reputation as one of the best squatters in the world, and Derek Poundstone once again shows why he is considered by many the favourite for the title this year. In this 5-man heat, the American is now 5 points clear and already looking good for a place in the final. That fine performance from Marcoux has put him back into the qualifying places, but Ilin and Jean look dangerous. Especially with the Englishman looking in some discomfort after that last effort. It may have been a battle for Marcoux, but the American Derek Poundstone looks to be on cruise control here in Malta. To find out if he can maintain his dominance of Group 1, join us after the break. Welcome back to the beautiful Mediterranean island of Malta and its capital Valletta, a bustling city steeped in history, much like our in-house World's Strongest Man expert Bill Kazmaier. He and Zoe Salmon are at the next event.
Kaz, I can't quite get my head around this. How on earth are our athletes supposed to lift this 425-kilogram car?
Well, they're going to be strapped in. They're going to have to believe that the car is not really that heavy. The number to me is 950 pounds, and what that's going to do is push down on every vertebrae and squish every disc. To take it down the 25-meter course is really going to be tough. They're going to have to control it with their hands and be able to take a ton of pain.
It sounds like a complete and utter nightmare to me, and in all this heat, goodness, anything could happen.
Was there a slight smile on the face there when he said a ton of pain? There are the rules. 75 seconds again. Must be carried 25 metres, and it is a heck of a weight. Well, Kevin Nee has already been, 46.53 his time, and 4 athletes to go.
From the Ukraine,
Konstantin Ilin. Now, how much has he got left? He's got to play catch-up in terms of coming in the top 2 over the last 3 events. Doesn't so much step into the car as put it on. It's a phenomenal weight to be lifted, but I guess the really tricky thing on this one, Colin, is the balance.
It is the balance. It's 70 stone in weight, this car, but it's not evenly balanced. There's quite a bit more weight to the front, so they have to lean forward, try and get in the harness properly and pull the car back with their arms. Oh, and look at that, it's dipped down. As soon as these rubber tires dig into the ground, I'm afraid they're pinned, they're locked. It's not going to roll. It's not going to be a Fred Flintstone situation and you can run it over the line. You have to pick it up again, And that pickup, look how hard it is. He's got to reposition. Big breath in. Oh, it's tough just to get it moving again.
Well, the sun is beating down on the forehead of Konstantin Ilin. He's getting close, but it's outside of the time set by Kevin Nee, just over 49 seconds. And when he hears that, he's not going to be a happy man. He's absolutely shattered too.
And it's bouncing left to right. You've got to try and hold it a little bit more stable. It's his first go at this, first World's Strongest Man, and this is one of the hardest events to do.
Jimmy Marku looking very relaxed indeed. That was a terrific win in the last event, but how much did it take out of him? We saw him in the treatment room. There could be a question mark about just how fit he is.
Well, if you've got a bad back, a bad anything, it's going to be found out right now. Of all the muscles in the human body, I reckon this exercise uses every single one, except the muscles for smiling. Your arms, your grip, your calves, trying to stabilize with your toes, never mind all the big muscles of the quads, and his pain is in the back. Look at all that crushing down on his spine.
Well, we've used some pretty hairy adjectives to describe this event, certainly in the introduction, and you heard just what Colin said there about it crushing down on the shoulders and the back. And Jimmy Marku is definitely suffering. This is very bad news indeed. He worked his way back into second place, and this is going to be a massive disappointment for Jimmy. He's way out of it in terms of points. Currently in third place, but still some good competitors to come.
A disappointment for Jimmy, but I think he knew this was coming. He just couldn't push himself through the pain, and it's an injury. You just can't.
From Canada, Louis-Philippe Jean.
The latest of a long line of great Canadian strongmen, Louis-Philippe Jean,
Ready?
Canada's strongest man. Now then, just look at those shoulders. There's not so much sprinting, but it's certainly a very steady pace he's setting. And still the time to beat is 46.53 by Kevin Nee, and I think he's going well.
Yeah, he's moving about as quick laden as unladen, isn't he? He's doing very well here. 950 pounds on his shoulders. It's all over the place. It's not pretty at all. But what I like about him, Paul, is he's got a sort of arrogance of youth about Jean. I'm not saying he's arrogant. He's a very likable character, but he attacks everything with great confidence. Just bullies his way through here.
He's certainly filling up that car, isn't he? Almost going off course, but managed to steer a straight line in the end, and that was a very, very quick time. Well, Derek Poundstone, he's up next. Almost won on his debut in World's Strongest Man, but just got beaten by Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Well, the stone last year, I mean, it just came down to rushing. I took a risk. It was raining out, it was slippery, and I decided not to regrip it before I loaded to the platform, and that extra half-inch height would have helped me, load it on the platform. So I made a decision, and I have to live with that. I've won every major title on strongman except World's Strongest Man. So I think to really, truly make my legacy sort of what it is, I have to win it. No one remembers the other shows. People remember World's Strongest Man, so it's something that is empty in me. Very few people, I think, have put through the training that I have. So I definitely feel like I'm the guy who can walk away with it.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States of America, Derek Poundstone!
Well, I wonder if Derek Poundstone is the man. Certainly the way he's been going in the first few events, he's heading towards the final. I don't think there's any doubt about that at all. But can he make this win number 3?
I don't think there's any doubt here, Paul. Look how quick he is. Unless he trips over, he's going to finish this in an incredibly quick time. Poundstone has returned, and I think he's in even better form than last year. Pudzianowski, beware. All of them beware. Look at this. Time under 20 seconds.
That was outstanding. Mind you, we've used that word quite a few times so far in relation to Derek Poundstone. Absolutely super. He's done it again.
Derek, coming runner-up last year, must have been pretty disappointing to get so close. So how are you feeling this year about tackling the final?
The guys are sort of starting to fall apart. You know, we had a lot of quads these last 2 days, and we're really sort of beaten up. I feel pretty good. I strained my right quad a little bit. That was a safe run for me. Like I said, at this point, I knew I was going to be guaranteed the final after the run. So I just want to figure out how fast I can go with the car, so in the final I can maybe shave off 3 seconds or so, you know.
Good plan of attack. Okay, we'll wish you all the best with that, and congratulations once again. Great time.
Thank you.
Another easy victory for Poundstone, but bad news for Jimmy Marcoux, the Englishman, the only man not to complete the course, and looking in some pain. That was a brave effort from Jean, though. And it has given the Canadian a great chance of joining Poundstone in the final. The last 2 events do not suit Jimmy Marcoux, and here's Zoe with the details of the first of them.
Yes, Martin, I'm down here at the dumbbell press. Sounds really quite simple, doesn't it? The sort of thing that we all do time to time down at the gym. But the difference here is that the size of the dumbbells seem to have increased slightly significantly. These things are 3 feet wide and 95 kilograms. That's 15 stone in one hand above the head as many times as possible. No way.
Well, look at Derek Poundstone is lifting 60 kilos with one hand. Good warm-up for the next event. He's going to be tough to beat. 75 seconds, the time limit. The actual weight they have to lift, 95 kilos. That's 15 stone. That is absolutely incredible. Well, one man who didn't manage the single-arm lockout was Kevin Nee of the United States. We know he's had problems ever since the beginning, but this just compounded the injury to his arm. He was out of the contest. Huge disappointment for the American.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada,
Now then, Louis-Philippe Jean, what can he do? He's in second place. He's in a qualifying position to get into World's Strongest Man final. Konstantin Ilin, he's got to produce something special here. Only one event to go after this one. He's got to make this one count.
Take your position.
Well, 95 kilos. It's not quite as heavy as Martin Bayfield, but it is a prolific weight. And balance, Colin, is always going to be a problem.
Well, it's as heavy as a heavyweight boxer, isn't it? David Hay weighs about the same as this enormous dumbbell. But look how awkward it is as well. It's bigger than your head on either side. It doesn't sit well on your shoulders. And you know what? In this near 40-degree heat, that black dumbbell is scorching hot as well.
Down. Tell you what, I like Konstantin Ilin's technique. Nearest the camera there. Just watch this. He squats underneath it. That is superb. He's going well.
Yeah, he uses his legs a lot better than Jean does. Jean tries to bully it up with his big arms and shoulders. Look, Ilin snaps it up with his legs. Almost like an Olympic weightlifter, isn't he?
Well, Konstantin Ilin has moved 1 repetition ahead of the Canadian. Not quite sure that one counted for Jean either. And Ilin now moves 2 ahead. He's still got time to get another couple of reps if he's quick. Swings that weight up. Displaying very good technique. Still going well. This is going to be a big total.
Well, for both of these men, they have to try and put out a big total.
There it is. Ilin gets 8. The current leader, and Louis-Philippe Jean, he gets 6. And that, too, is a very good total, again, for the Canadian.
Well, I was just saying there that Marcoux comes out with Poundstone. We've already got 2 injuries. This heat's starting to become who's the survivor rather than who's the winner. And for both of them, they just had to try and get a total better than Marcoux can do.
Well, Jimmy Marcoux is certainly up against it in terms of trying to get a qualifying position. This fella, however, is just displaying such technique, such poise, and super strength. So come on, Jimmy, it's all down to you. I'll tell you what, he's got a huge amount of support here. What a beautiful setting we have for this competition. 95 kilos. Now, can Jimmy Marcoux be the first to get it up? No, he can't. The American is going well already, and that is looking very hard indeed for the Englishman.
Well, Derek Poundstone holds the world record for this weight. He's done 15 repetitions in a minute and a half, so the time's a little bit less. But I think if Poundstone was pushed, he could probably knock out 12, 13. But Marcoux, look at this, he doesn't even use his legs. He's trying to, oh no, and he's trying to use 2 arms. Even if he got that up, Marcoux would be given a negative lift there, a no lift.
Interesting that Derek Poundstone is using his left arm. This is an exercise I've seen some of the world's best shot putters do. The coordination between the shoulders and the legs is excellent. Derek Poundstone says, how many more have I got to do to win? It's just one more. And unfortunately, as you see, Jimmy Marcoux, no repetitions. But Poundstone knows he's victorious again. Come on. That is like a great circus performer, isn't it? He made it look easy.
Well, this has come straight out of the circus from 100 years ago, Paul. It's quite nice to see old events like this coming back in. Marcoux, though, he obviously hasn't watched the performances of circus performers from years past. He doesn't know the technique. He hasn't learnt it. Just trying to brute force it up, and it doesn't work like that. Poundstone knows the trick.
Derek, congratulations. You made it look very easy indeed. I have the feeling that you were really looking forward to doing that.
I think it's one of my better events is the dumbbell, you know, so it's a little awkward than the one that I usually train with, but I got a rhythm, wasn't too bad.
And a little bit of showboating there near the end.
I guess that's why people come down here, you know, it's not a chess match, you know.
Well, the Derek Poundstone show continues, but things are going from bad to worse here for Jimmy Marcoux. He and Kevin Nee both failing to bother the scorers, and the American will take no further part in the contest. Marcoux needs a miracle to make the final now. The 2 men above him, Ilin and Jean, are realistically in a straight shootout for the right to join Derek Poundstone in the final. The American has dominated this contest from the off. Jean and Ilin will fight it out in the Atlas Stones. That's next.
Welcome back to Malta for the very final event in this program for World's Strongest Man qualification. 5 Atlas stones have to be lifted inside a time limit of 75 seconds. The weights ranging from 100 to 160 kilos, and it has to be done in the fastest possible time. So a real chance here for 2 smilers. Derek Poundstone, the leader after 5 events. His place in the final is actually guaranteed. Jimmy Marcoux may be all smiles, but he hasn't got a chance of going through to the final yet again. There are the standings. Derek Poundstone is actually running away with this one, 29 points, but it's all set up beautifully between Louis-Philippe Jean and Constantin Ilin for that second place. So we'll see that battle in just a moment. But first of all, Poundstone on the left-hand side and Jimmy Marcoux just for pride. And it's Poundstone who gets away first.
Well, Poundstone's not messing around here. Last time he was on these stones, he threw away the World's Strongest Man crown. And I think he's using this as a little confidence builder for the final. So far, so good. He's on to the 4th. Jimmy just enjoying the afternoon sun, I think.
Well, it's certainly a stroll in the park for Derek Poundstone, but he's having a problem with the big stone once more. I wonder if he's got a mental block about this one. He certainly did in the final last year.
Well, almost like a golfer, it lipped out last year, didn't it? And here it goes. Can he get it up? Surely. No, he can't. Well, he's not the tallest competitor, Poundstone. He says he's over 6 foot. I wouldn't like to disagree with him on anything, really, but I'd probably say 5'11 3/4, and it doesn't help on these high platforms. There we go, one last attempt. He must be wanting to get this up. He looked over with a slightly nervous smile to his girlfriend.
Oh, well, Derek Poundstone having real problems here. I bet he's glad it's not the final. And Jimmy Marcoux, he's out of time, but he finished with a flourish on stone number 4. But there is our champion, and there is a man who's going to be a big, big threat in the final.
Well, what is he going to say to the other athletes? I wasn't trying? Oh, this is going to be a bit of a confidence blow for Poundstone in the final. Here's Marku. He can put the stones up. He could have done it a lot faster if he needed to, but he didn't. Poundstone's practice run through, though, has certainly not been perfect.
Jimmy, fantastic effort there with the 4 stones, but you just knew not to even attempt that last one.
Well, I knew it was not going to make a difference, and I left it many times, but part of being assured in this event, it doesn't help. It helps in lots of other things, but in this event, it doesn't help.
So it's the end of the road here for you, but fantastic journey for you this year. Learned anything?
Well, this year I had a few problems, few things, which has been constantly in my life, so it's done and dusted now, so yeah, I'll be back next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out the next 2 athletes.
So our final action.
From Canada, Louis-Philippe Jean.
Louis-Philippe Jean up against a very strong Ukrainian. And it's simple mathematics. Whoever wins this one goes through to the final with Derek Poundstone. Well, both men are certainly psyched up for it. This is going to be a cracker. And this is what World's Strongest Man is all about, Colin. It's mouth-watering stuff.
Up goes the first one for Jean. He was very quick, but Ilan, he's a couple of inches shorter, and that very high platform, oh, he's taken a blow to the head. Jean now has looked back, he's seen he's in the lead. That must give him a lot of confidence.
Well, I think Ilan is simply not tall enough. We know how strong he is. He's a couple of inches shorter than the Canadian. And this fella is absolutely flying. Just takes a little look out of the corner of his eye across at Ilan. And Ilan's in all sorts of problems. He's hurting, and he must know now his chance of reaching the final is gone.
Well, let's see if Jean gets this up. He's got to finish it off. And that's the body blow to Ilan.
And just to rub salt in the wound, Louis-Philippe Jean has actually won this event. And look at the blood from Ilan's head. He gave it absolutely everything.
Canada goes to final of the World's Strongest Man. Bonjour mes fans du Québec, on va en finale.
There's a very proud man from Quebec. And he could be a threat in the final. Ilan, bloody and battered. And he is out. Huge disappointment for Konstantin Ilan. And this is where it all went wrong, Colin.
Well, you certainly can't question his commitment, can you? But Jean goes through to his first final.
A perfect 5 from Louis-Philippe Jean guarantees him a spot in the final, and Derek Poundstone once again fails to lift that last stone. Let's hope for his sake that doesn't come back to haunt him. Jimmy Marku fails to claim a final berth. He'll be bitterly disappointed with this tally. Konstantin Ilan can be very proud of his debut performance, but ultimately it's Poundstone and Jean that make it through. Well, plenty of big-name casualties there, but congratulations to Derek Poundstone and Louis-Philippe Jean as they book their place in the final. Can Poundstone improve on last year's second-place finish, and will the big Canadian seize this opportunity and impress? We shall find out. Next up, it's Heat 2, and a chance for England's Mark Felix to make amends for last year's disappointments. Until then, goodbye.
And there's a chance to win a World's Strongest Man goodie bag if you just take the time to visit bravo.co.uk. Go on, have a go. McIntyre's Crime Capitals is next.
Welcome to qualifying Heat 2 of World's Strongest Man 2009. Now, last time out, we saw Derek Poundstone and Louis-Philippe Jean power their way into the 10-man final. Now it's time for 6 more strongmen to go head-to-head. The veteran Zydrunas Savickas is back, hoping finally to secure the title. American Brian Shaw impressed on debut last year and is hotly tipped. Mark Felix of England is the oldest man in the contest, but is always a contender. Martin Wildau of Austria comes in as an unknown rookie. Iceland's Stefan Solvi Pedersen looked good on debut last year, and American Marshall White may be the whipping boy here. But there's always room for surprises. Now, Heat 2 sees the first appearance of Englishman Mark Felix. Remember, last year Felix missed out on a place in the final in the cruelest of ways. A torn bicep in the last event robbed him of a place in the final. To see if he can make up for that disappointment, let's head down to the first event. Here's Zoe.
Yes, Martin, it is the traditional start. It is, of course, the medley, but this time with a bit of a twist from the first heat. Instead of dragging the cannonball and sledge, these racegoers will have to pick up the 230-kilogram anchor and chain, drag it the whole way to this 10-metre line, drop it, run over here, pick up the first of two 105 kegs, take it up to the platform, load it up. Once they've done that, go the whole way back, get the second one, and then load it up as well. And that's it. Job's a good one. It's all finished. So who's my tip? I would go for Brian Shaw. No reason why, just like the look of him.
Thanks very much indeed, Zoe. Well, there is the situation. 75 seconds, over 25 metres. And it is going to be absolutely lung-busting, this competition.
In lane
And
one,
here are our first
from the
two
USA,
competitors.
Marshall White.
Marshall White of the United States making his very first World's Strongest Man appearance. Big man. And drawn next to him, another giant figure.
Stefan
Solvi Pedersen, slightly heavier, slightly taller in his second appearance in this contest.
In lane 3, from Austria, Martin Waldau.
Martin Waldau from Austria. We haven't had too many Austrians in World's Strongest Man before. And can he do his country proud? Colin, this one is about strength, but it's also about a massive amount of endurance as well.
Well, the start's very difficult. You need body weight, you need power in your legs to drive it, and that's what Martin Waldau, the young Austrian, is doing very well here. Stefan Solvi Pedersen, though, he's an athlete. He does a lot of throwing, Pedersen. Very explosive, the man in yellow, and he's catching up quickly here.
I'm very impressed with Waldau. He finishes first, Pedersen in second. And that was very quick as well. This guy can really sprint. Well, if the rest of the competition is going to be like that, well, I can't wait.
Marshall White, the new American, looking a little bit confused there. I think he's just had a baptism of fire against these guys. Well, Waldau isn't hugely experienced, but what he's realised is every single second counts. Look at this, gets his hands off straight away.
Well, the course is ready for the second group of athletes. We've met the first three. Let's have a look at all of them now.
Martin Waldau, Austria. Stefan Solvi Pedersen, Iceland.
Marshall White, USA.
Mark Felix, England.
Žydrūnas Savickas, Lithuania.
Brian Shaw, USA.
There certainly are some massive men there. And this crowd just beginning to appreciate how hard this competition is. And here's a fella, 3 times the World's Strongest Man runner-up. Is this going to be his year? Certainly one of the heaviest at 375 pounds.
Representing the USA, Brian Shaw.
And here is the tallest man in this heat. In his second World's Strongest Man appearance, Brian Shaw of the USA.
From England,
The oldest man in the competition, Mark Felix of England. So experienced, and on his day, he is superb.
Position.
Well, this has got to be a good start for Mark Felix, Colin.
Problem is, body weight really helps in this opening section. It says Brian Shaw's 380 pounds, but the scale must stop at 380. I reckon well over 400. He's so enormous. But look at Savickas. The man has foot speed despite being so thick and chunky built. Unbelievable. Who won that one?
I tell you what, they're going to have to get the judges out to sort that one. Certainly Zavikas finished very quickly indeed. He was gaining on Brian Shaw all the time, and the American has been confirmed in second place behind the Lithuanian. Mark Felix can consider himself unlucky to finish in third. It was a superb time. But what a start for Zydrunas Zavikas, one of the favourites here.
I just can't believe Big Z had such good foot speed to catch Brian Shaw up. Shaw gave it everything. Look at that. Oh, it's so close.
Absolutely superb.
Group 2 is already looking like a shootout between Zavikas, Shaw and Felix. The truck pull will be just as closely fought and is right after the break. Welcome back to Malta for World's Strongest Man 2009. Englishman Mark Felix has made a respectable start and lies in third place. To see if he can improve on that position, let's get down to the second event and your commentators, Colin Bryce and first, Paul Dickinson.
Thanks very much, Martin. Well, this is what lies in wait for all of our strongmen. A massive 20-ton truck. They've got to pull it as fast as they can over the 25-metre course, and there's a time limit of 75 seconds. An awesome contest in prospect. Well, Marshall White of the United States, he had his turn, 56.97 to cover the course, 5 athletes to go, and the next man on the course is Mark Felix of England. A very good start indeed in that first event. He drew the toughest of the 2 heats, but he finished in third place, so already good points. Well, we said in the introduction, Colin, that this is the oldest man in this heat. Do you think that's going to be a disadvantage?
Not really, when considering his grandmother lived to over 100. Mark Felix is barely halfway. He's a young man, really. And he gets better every year. He didn't start strongman until he was 37, 38. So really, he's hardly tainted by strongman. He's hardly been broken down by multiple injuries. He really is still pretty fresh. But what he does, and he has got up against him here, I would say it's the group of death. He's got Brian Shaw, he's got Zavikas, and he's got 2 of the toughest men in the entire contest in his group. So qualifying for Felix will be difficult, but this is a good pull so far. Anything under a minute will be solid for Felix.
He's just beginning to waver a little bit. At 56.97, the leading time so far, but not anymore. Mark Felix goes into the lead, and that's just a shade over 50 seconds. They can see the effort that he put into it. Absolutely incredible, particularly towards the end. The lactic acid was coursing through his veins.
From Austria, Martin Waldauer.
Martin Waldauer of Austria. I'm very impressed with this guy so far. Not only is he strong, he's also very, very athletic.
Well, let's take a look at his build. He's got very slim legs, big upper body, so a lot of power is going to be coming from the arms, but my guess is in truck pulling, you're going to need a thicker lower body, bigger, stronger legs, more like a prop forward than a second row physique that he is. And, well, he's doing all right. He's got it moving. He's got it underway. It's over the initial inertia. Now he's just got to try and keep the pressure on here.
Well, it's certainly good to see another nation producing a very, very good strongman. I think this fella is the very first Austrian ever to take part in World's Strongest Man, and now he's beginning to pick up pace. He could challenge Mark Felix's time, which was just over 51 seconds.
Well, we've seen some strong Austrians in the past, more in bodybuilding, though, with Arnold. Martin Waldauer, just 21 years old, and he's going to be a real force in the future, if not now. And this isn't his best event. Wait till we get to the deadlift. That's what he's known for.
50.94, he's gone into the lead, so Mark Felix is now in second place.
It's even more impressive considering he stumbled halfway through the course, put so much torque through his boots. Very impressive.
One of the most experienced men on the world stage in strongman now, Zydrunas Zavikas of Lithuania. And in the past, the Lithuanians, well, they've been so successful at all the heavy events. Discus shot and hammer, weightlifting as well, and now strongman through this fella. So little staccato steps for Zavikas to get this truck moving. I think one or two of the strongmen have been finding this difficult because the lorry is sitting very low on the road. It's got a lot of wheels, therefore there's a lot of friction against this surface.
They are finding it difficult to get underway, but the body weight of Zavikas certainly helps here when you're nearly 180 kilos. I mean, he's an enormous man, nigh on 30 stones in body weight, and most of that is muscle. Attacking the line now, surely this will be the fastest, Paul.
It certainly will. He's going to stop it well inside 50 seconds. 43.53. And dare I say it, can anybody beat that? Now this guy, you were saying about his strength, he's got to have the heart of a horse as well in order to keep going for so long. But that is a cracking time by Zavikas.
Oh, did you see at the end there? He was just getting some friendly advice from an old World's Strongest Man favourite, Raymond Spurgmanis, and he was saying, "You did well, Big Z. You did very well."
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, a bit of a baptism of fire, as we were saying earlier, for Stefan Solvi Pedersen of Iceland. But anybody who is a strongman who comes from Iceland, you've got to respect them when you consider who has gone before. Can this guy, Colin, be the latest in a long, long line of superb Icelandic strongmen?
Well, I mean, that's a huge thing to live up to, isn't it? John Paul Sigmarsson, 4 titles. Magnus Ver Magnusson, 4 titles as well. Both second equal in the all-time list behind Pudzianowski. So that's perhaps asking a little too much. Let's just set our sights on this man getting into the final. That question, yes, I think he can. But his technique isn't brilliant here. You see how the towing rope is pointing up the way. He needs to get his hips a little bit lower and use that body weight of his better.
Yeah, he's not staying very low, but he's driving on towards the finish. Grimacing, baking hot in this sunshine in Malta. Very close to the finish now. He's certainly not going to be in first place, but 50.07. That is good enough for second place, just ahead of Martin Wildauer of Austria. Absolutely exhausted. Asking for the time, I think he'll be pleased.
A Maltese summer isn't exactly the perfect conditions for an Icelander, is it? Look how exhausted he is at the end.
From the United States of America, it's Brian Shaw!
So one more man to go. He's the biggest man in terms of height and body weight. And this could be a huge advantage for Brian Shaw. A cracking time set by Zydrunas Zavikas of Lithuania.
Oh, a slip there, Paul. That wasn't a good start, was it? He's going to have to really try and make it back now. I bet the adrenaline is coursing through his veins. He knows he's made a slip. And there's no room for error in this heat.
He's got the right footwear. He's got the right grip. He's rocking and rolling just a wee bit. Smoothness as he slips again. Smoothness is very important. And now he's got the momentum going. And he's almost beginning to accelerate away.
Well, this is going well now. Where did he get those size 19 rock climbing boots? I can't imagine they're sold in a store. Look at this, he's attacking the line. It's a good time.
Oh, it's very, very good indeed. He's taken victory away from Zavikas. 42.19. And if that is a sign of things to come, Brian Shaw could be a danger to everybody in this year's World's Strongest Man.
Well, despite a couple of stumbles, Brian Shaw is on form.
Brian, you've won the truck pull. That must feel pretty immense.
Yeah, definitely. You know, truck pull's always been a good event for me. So, you know, I was excited to get in my group and came through. So I'm pretty happy.
You've had 2 pretty good events so far. You must be feeling very confident at this stage.
Yeah, you know, the qualifiers are always kind of stressful because there's, you know, only 2 guys going through their final. So, you know, at this point I'm feeling pretty good, but there's still a lot of events left. So I got to keep bringing it.
Brian Shaw is certainly not allowing Zydrunas Zavikas' reputation to affect his performance here in Malta. The Lithuanian would have expected to take all 6 points in the truck pull. Instead, he has to make do with a share of the lead of Group 2. And already it's Zavikas and Shaw that are looking favourites to qualify. Mark Felix will need to start putting together some big performances. Quite a display then so far from Brian Shaw, but I'm not convinced he's going to enjoy the next event quite as much as Englishman Mark Felix might. With all the details, here's Zoe.
Thank you, Martin. I'm down here with 3 times world's strongest man, Bill Kazmar, a man who in our next event in his day was practically unbeatable. It is, of course, the deadlift, and it still remains one of the classic tests of strength. Kaz, why is that, and what makes a great deadlifter?
Well, Zoe, I think from the beginning of time, man has tested himself through strength by trying to pick up the heaviest objects he possibly could. And in the deadlift, it's so important to get the hips down, keep the knees over the ankles, and keep the back flat, and lift and shove the hips. It's all about technique.
Thank you very much, Kaz. Sounds deadly.
And it's all about superb strength as well. 75 seconds to lift 7 weights if possible, the maximum 363 kilos. Well, Wildar, he achieved 7 repetitions in a time of 36.26, and Solvi Pedersen and Marshall White have also had their goes. So now it's Brian Shaw, co-leader with Zavikas. 11 points each they have. So this is heading towards a nice little showdown between those two men.
Ready?
But being tall, I just wonder if this is going to be a disadvantage. There you have it. The weight is now added.
Down.
And Shaw looks comfortable.
Traditionally, deadlift wasn't a tall man's event, but what Brian overcomes it with is enormously long arms. His arms are halfway down his thighs when he stands up with this, so being so tall doesn't really matter.
He's certainly going very, very well. That was the hardest of them, and he's got one more to go with just over 30 seconds now. But Brian Shaw has completed all of them. That is good. 35.97. And Shaw is on song again. He's our leader at the moment. Just wondering what the time was.
Well, he really hit every single lift as fast as he could. Normally in the deadlift, you compose yourself a little bit longer, but this really forces you out of your comfort zone. But he did very well.
So here is Brian Shaw's biggest rival in every sense of the word. Zavikas. Now then, he's seen what the American achieved. He certainly has to beat that to stay ahead of him. But let's not forget Mark Felix. He's yet to go, and he is a superb deadlifter.
Now, Big Z can just about lift anything that's put in front of him in a competition. I mean, almost never has he been beaten in a maximum weight competition. But this is a little interesting because it's for speed here, Paul. Can he pull it as quick as Brian Shaw? Is he as athletic?
I think the answer is yes. He's certainly ahead of Shaw on that one. And he's got one more to go. This is looking very promising for Zavikas, and he gets it. That was superb. He made it look easy, and his time of 31.64 is absolutely magnificent.
And you can see he wasn't counting there either. He was ready for the next one. And I'm sure he could have done the next one after that if there was one. That was so easy, that final lift. Tremendous, really, from Zavikas. So powerful.
Well, Zavikas certainly has raised the bar in terms of what Mark Felix has to do. But this fella might be the oldest man, but his deadlift competitions are always fantastic.
Yeah, I looked very easy for you.
2008 was going very great for me till I tore my bicep on the second stone, but I was still trying to finish it anyway because I was that close to getting to the final. So it's just one of those things. But this year I'm feeling great. The training been going pretty good. I feel great. I feel fit. I'm just ready for it. I'm mentally stronger and physically stronger. I'm still as fast, so I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a great show. The more older you get, I think the more stronger you get, strong-minded, experience. You know, I think I got it now, so there won't be any mistakes this year. My goal this year is to qualify for the final and to go ahead and win the final. Let the best man win.
Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Mark Felix.
There's certainly no lack of confidence there by Mark Felix. He knows deadlift is a good competition for him. Zavikas may be a little bit worried. I just wonder how that torn bicep is going to be affected by this one, but look at that. So easy, and there's more to come.
There'll be a lot of strongman fans watching this, wondering who's the better deadlifter. This has been a question for a long time, Felix or Zavickas. I just wish there was another couple of barrels to split these two guys. I'm sure Felix will do it, but just how quick?
It's going to be very close. Zavickas 31.64, 1 lift to go. I think he might have done it. That is superb. The clock stops at 31.36. Only a fraction of a second ahead of the Lithuanian. But Mark Felix is still #1 in the world of deadlifting. Oh, yes. Off comes the shirt. We could have a little pose down here as well. I'm sure this is something the crowd will enjoy. That gives you an idea of how big he is, and we've just seen how strong he is.
Wow, congratulations, Mark, but only beating Zavickas by 0.3 of a second. How close is that?
It was very close, you know. I know it's going to be tough this year. I was looking forward to it anyway, so we just speed all the way.
Highlights so far, obviously?
Well, so far, it's not my best. In 2007, I was 27 seconds. In 2008, I was 25. A bit more slow this year, but it's more heavy this year.
Mark Felix maintains his record of never losing a World's Strongest Man deadlift contest and takes 6 points. Zavickas remains as consistent as ever and ensures he finishes in the top 2. That means the Lithuanian regains sole ownership of first place, with Shaw slipping to second. A good win for Felix means he is back to within striking distance of the qualification places. Zydrunas Zavickas, the big Z, showing why he's hotly tipped to take the crown this year. Brian Shaw is also looking impressive. And can Mark Felix separate the pair? Find out after the break. Welcome back to Malta for the second qualifying round of World's Strongest Man 2009. This beautiful Mediterranean island has already hosted some great action so far. The Lithuanian Zydrunas Zavickas won the first event of the day. He showed a great deal of experience to win the medley. America's Brian Shaw has already bloodied the nose of the three-time runner-up, beating him in one of his favourite disciplines, the truck pull. And before the break, we saw Englishman Mark Felix win his signature event, the deadlift. Now, can he make the most of the momentum and challenge for a place in the final? It looks a case of 2 from the top 3 to qualify, but anything can still happen, especially in our next event. Over to Colin Bryce and Paul Dickinson for the details.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. A little bit windy here today, but there is the layout of the course. Those Fingal's fingers have got to be flipped over 180 degrees. They increase in weight from just over 200 kilos to a massive 320 kilograms. That's over 700 pounds. And the time limit, as always, 75 seconds for all of our strongmen. Well, in the first heat, Martin Wildauer found it a little bit hard, as did Mark Felix, traditionally not very good at this event. Wildauer, though, in his very first World's Strongest Man competition, it was really a baptism of fire. There it is, the Austrian, 4 fingers in a time of 56.68. Mark Felix was much, much faster for the 4 fingers, but he couldn't manage number 5, and he would be very disappointed with that. So our next two, Stefan Solvi Pedersen, in 5th place after 3 events, needs to really get something going here. And Marshall White, who bills himself as the strongest mortician in the world. That's what he does for a living. Wants to go well here too. So 200 kilograms, what a weight to start with.
Well, we've gone from an event that's good if you're short, the deadlift, to an event that really helps if you're tall. Long-armed as well, even better. And that's exactly what Stefan Solvi Pedersen is, as a 6'5" base with some long arms. But you need the strength. You need the strength to lock your elbows out and drive through with your legs. Ooh, and that's what has just been a problem there for Marshall White. His triceps aren't strong enough to hold the weight.
Well, Stefan Solvi Pedersen, I can tell you, has moved ahead of Mark Felix. Even if he doesn't get this 5th one, his time was 29.22. He's said no to that last one, but Marshall White just keeps on going. Just a little bit more to get this one up. He's got to just lean on it now, and surely it will go. What a good effort. 5 fingers for Marshall White of the USA, 56.67. Great effort after a poor start.
Well, I'm not so sure about his dancing pole, but certainly he can flip fingers. Pedersen, that was disappointing for the taller man who's more experienced. I'm sure he was counting on doing all 5. Perhaps just glancing over and seeing Marshall do it just put him off.
Well done, Marshall White. His best effort so far.
In lane 1, from Lithuania, Zydrunas Zavikas.
Zydrunas Zavikas. Well, experience is going to count in this one, and Zavikas wins it hands down from Brian Shaw in terms of their exposure to this type of competition in the past. But we've seen what a talent Shaw is. Even Stevens so far. Good start by both men, Colin.
Well, Brian Shaw said to me before this event he was desperate to beat Zavikas at this. He wants to be the best in the world at this event. He really likes it, but he knows Zavikas is going to be fast, so a lot on the line here.
I tell you what, it's nip and tuck all the way for these guys. Zavikas has just got the edge at the moment, but Shaw is catching him. Who's going to get it over? Zavikas gets it. Shaw in second place. What a competition. That was superb. Oh, my goodness. Brian Shaw just missed out on maximum points by a whisker, and Zavikas does it again. He really is a good old pro, isn't he?
Well, from first glance, you wouldn't think Zavikas was the athlete he is. He can do any of these events, the quick ones, the slow ones, and this, a very athletic event, has beaten a former basketballer, a true athlete.
Congratulations, Brian. Fantastic, obviously, to get all 5 there, but you did look slightly furious at the end there. Of course, it would have been great to win.
Yeah, you know, this is a real good event for me, and as Jonas just said, edged me out there at the end, which does not make me happy, but you know, it's still, we're the group leaders right now, so it's frustrating, but at the same time, it's, you know, always got to say something for the final, so.
Okay, well, hopefully happier times ahead for you. Congratulations anyway.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Zavikas takes another first place in a blistering time. It's as if he's never been away. Shaw maintains his impressive campaign. He's second, but Felix woes with the fingers continue. He looks in deep trouble as Zavikas and Shaw move steadily away from the pack. With just 2 events left, Brian Shaw looks destined for a place in the final on just his second appearance.
It feels great to be back at World's Strongest Man. I mean, this is the biggest contest of the year. This is what you work for all year. You know, I came 3rd in my qualifying group last year. It was kind of a tough pill to swallow, and that's kind of been in the back of my mind this whole year. It definitely made me a lot more motivated to go home and train. This year, I think, you know, I've got a lot higher expectations for myself. Just based on what I learned last year in the contest, I think that's going to help me to succeed a lot more this year. I think every competitor comes into this contest wanting to win. You don't get to this level by wanting to come in second place. I know that I have all the tools necessary to win. It's just getting it done. So we'll see where it goes.
Brian Shaw is definitely aiming for the #1 spot here in Malta then. And coming up is an event which should suit his height and athleticism. Here's Zoe and Kaz.
Yes, things are really hotting up down here, and this next event will increase the drama even further. It's the keg toss, and it's one of the most explosive events of all this year. Joining me now is Bill Kazmaier to give us the lowdown. Bill, that looks awfully high to me.
Zoe, it is. 16 feet and 6 inches. This is a really tough event. It's actually brutal. What it's going to take is a lot of power from the legs, the hips, the low back, with a tremendous extension and explosion of the overall body. It's so tough, they've even added lead shot to make it harder. That's an ominous wall and a tough event.
Thank you, Bill. OK, that is the technique to look out for. What about the man? I'm going to stick with my favourite, Brian Shaw.
Well, Shaw is certainly the tallest, so he may have an advantage. There are the 8 kegs, ranging up to a maximum of 24 kilograms. And the wall, well, in metric, that is 5 meters high. Marshall White, He ran out of time at 75 seconds and threw 6 kegs over the wall.
From England, Mark.
So that is the target for Mark Felix in 3rd place. Of course, he's won an event so far, the deadlift. That was his favourite event. I wonder how he's going to get on with this one. Strong legs, strong back. That's what Bill Kaspar said. And those first 2 absolutely flew over.
Oh, it's like a cannon going off, isn't it? Now, he can't go at this too quickly. He'll tire. I mean, he'll quite literally hit the wall, as well as his body will tire and hit the wall. And that's, oh, this has already happened. You have to be careful. You have different types of energy systems, and if you attack something as explosive as this too quickly, it's like running 100 meters. You exhaust yourself so fast.
Well, that's certainly what's happened with Mark Felix. And I guess the technicalities have gone wrong here. The technique is going now. The lactic acid is in his body, and he says no more. Just short of the time limit there, but 4 kegs. He'll be very, very disappointed with that performance.
Well, often big deadlifters are very good at this, and Felix, we've already proven earlier in the show, is as good as anybody. So, yeah, I think he will be very disappointed.
Next up, Martin Wildauer of Austria. Look at those arms. So he's got a couple of coconuts bolted onto his shoulders there too. Very big in the upper body, quite slim in the legs, but look at the way he's popped those 2 over. Absolutely flew over. I just wonder if, like Mark Felix, he's pacing himself badly though.
Well, that was a bit unlucky, wasn't it? He managed to sit it on the wall and it just went the wrong way. Now he's changed tactic here. He was grabbing by the handles on the top. Now he's grabbing it on the side, swinging it deeper between his legs.
Well, this certainly is a difficult event to train for, unless you've got exactly the right equipment in your backyard. But Wildauer there's now beginning to struggle. He's completed 6 barrels. But these last 2 are proving very hard indeed.
But he's swapping from handles to the side again. He's not sure what he wants to do here. Lots of doubt in his mind. He's gone ahead of Felix. But I'm sure he's thinking that Shaw and Zavickas will be doing all 8.
Well, he certainly began to tire. Wasn't extending with the legs at all. And that was a sign of both poor technique and tiredness.
Stefan Solvi Pedersen.
Stefan Solvi Pedersen now of Iceland in 4th place after 4 events.
Paul, he spent all summer in Scotland doing the Highland Games, where you throw the 56-pound weight for height. It's so similar here. I'm expecting a really big result out of Stefan Solvi Pedersen.
Well, he's got to go more than 6, that one. Nearly went out of the course altogether. My goodness. Now then, this is looking good for the Icelander. He goes into the lead. Big cheer from the crowd. Oh, that was wonderful. That was a display of pure athleticism, good technique, and nerves of steel. That was brilliant by Stefan Solvi Pedersen, and he is the leader by far.
But if you look at the early barrels, he didn't even swing it under his legs. He just exploded upwards. And then as he went on, he took his time, got a really long pull, and over it went.
Iceland has a rich tradition of World's Strongest Man champs in the past, and that was a pretty spectacular performance.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I really needed to do well because I've not been happy with my performance so far. So I'm happy I could at least show that I kind of deserve to be here. So I'm happy.
And you've been doing a lot of extracurricular training. You've been up in Scotland doing the Highland Games. Must have come in handy for this.
Oh, of course. Come to think about it, if I would have put my kilt on, I'd probably gone sub 20. So that's something to think about for the future.
From the United States of America, it's Big Brian Shaw!
Well, the pre-event favourite, Brian Shaw, certainly has got a big challenge on his hands here. That time by Stefan, 23.53.
Ready? Well, there's a famous American basketball coach once said, you can't coach height, and he's got lots of it.
Now, he's certainly giving these barrels plenty of air. Not taking any rest. Now then, this is crucial. No, he's blown that one, and that could cost him dearly. The clock is ticking away, and he's not going to beat the time set by the Icelander. It's going to be a good time if he can get this one over, and he does. But that displayed a lack of temperament more than anything else. He just lost it on barrel number 7, and that cost him dearly. 29.41, a good time, but not good enough for first place.
But doing all the barrels has now put the pressure on Zavickas.
Well, Zavickas has his immense upper body. I've just noticed, actually, he's got a bandage on his lower calf muscle of the left leg. I don't think that's going to affect him too much here. But still, Stefan Solvi Pedersen's time, 23.53, is the time to beat. And that is a major surprise.
Well, he certainly had the height. He had the height by about 10 feet, but he just didn't get the angle right, did he? Well, here we go. How much does it cost him? He's now trying to play catch-up here. Stefan Solvi watching. He would love to win this event. Even if he doesn't go to the final, it would be a real scalp to beat Zavickas and Shaw, and I think he has done.
Well, I bet he wished he'd started the way he finished. There's your winner. A nice win there for Iceland. Zydrunas Zavickas, he finishes in 3rd place.
Congratulations to Stefan Solvi Pedersen as the Icelander finally makes an impression here in Malta. Mark Felix will be bitterly disappointed with his performance, however. Zavickas and Shaw once again in the top 3. He may have the best time, but it's Zavickas and Shaw who take the 2 qualification places with an event to spare. Mark Felix not only has the consolation prize of 3rd place to aim for. Congratulations to the Big Z and the young American on a tremendous performance. After the break, find out which of them will top the group. The Atlas Stones are next. Welcome back to sunny Malta for the culmination of round 2 of qualifying for World's Strongest Man 2009. Zydrunas Zavickas and Brian Shaw have already qualified. Now the Atlas Stones will decide who claims top spot. Back to Colin Bryce and Paul Dickinson.
Thanks, Martin. Well, there are the rules for the Atlas Stones, a traditional end to a World's Strongest Man contest, the biggest of the stones, weighing in at a massive 160 kilos. Well, these guys have had their turn already. Martin Wildauer finding life a little bit difficult in terms of technique, certainly very, very strong indeed. And he finished with 4 stones in a time of 30.90. As far as Marshall White was concerned, the strongest mortician in the world, he went a little better. And certainly is looking better and better all the time. 5 stones, 37.67. He is our current leader.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Iceland, Stefan Solvi Pedersen.
Well, coming off the back of that wonderful victory in the last event, Stefan Solvi Pedersen, 3rd place after 5 events, unfortunately has no chance of qualifying, and that is the case for Mark Felix as well. So this is for pride.
On his day, Felix can be the best in the world at stones. Let's see what kind of performance these two put in. They'll be going for it. Oh, Felix has gone straight over the back. He does blow hot and cold, doesn't he, Paul?
He certainly does, Colin. There's no doubt about his talent, but you really have to engage your brain for competitions like this. Meanwhile, Iceland are streaking away here. Stefan Solvi Pedersen, maybe this will not be his year, but who knows what he could do in the future. Look at that. 5 stones. He made it look easy. It's a very good time as well, 30.43. Mark Felix, after a slow start, is now beginning to motor. But at what cost? Now, come on, Mark, finish it off. That was good in the end by Mark Felix, but he will regret that first stone. Oh, blast. That's what he's saying. Not to be his year. That is superb, though. 30.43, the leader for the time being. Mark Felix currently in 3rd place. That is the end of his World's Strongest Man this year.
And finishing off with impressive power, Pedersen.
Mark, great event for you. Slightly went a bit crazy on the first one, though.
Yeah, because it got up so easy. It just slipped out my hand, so just went over. So I had to end up lifting 6 stone in all, you know. But I was happy to finish it.
Unfortunately, as we both know, it's not enough to see you through to the final this year. So will we perhaps see you next year?
Well, maybe, you know, I still feel fit, I still feel strong, you know. Yeah, sure. I'll be back next year.
Well done in this year. Thanks very much, Mark.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States
Well, this
of America,
is the final heat, a real showdown between two men who are already through to the final. But I just wonder how much Brian Shaw will want to beat the man next to him.
Zadruda Savica.
It would be great for one of them to go through as the winner of this heat. And it all depends on this event.
You know, Paul, I think Brian Shaw and Zavickas will be imagining this is the final. This is like a practice run-through for these two guys. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were 1 and 2 in the final as well, and this was the showdown at the end there.
Well, it's neck and neck so far. Zadruda Savickas just pops that ball up onto his mighty chest. Brian Shaw has got the advantage of height, and Savickas all of a sudden is in the lead. This massive stone, 352 pounds altogether, and Savickas gets it. I am the man, he says. He's beaten Brian Shaw and he wins this heat. That was superb, 28.20. I'll tell you what, we've got two great athletes here through to the final.
To do this set of stones in under 30 seconds is a tremendous feat, especially considering you have to run in to the platform with the lighter stones. Both of these guys put in a huge performance there.
That was great. What a way to finish.
Zavickas takes another first place, edging out his young rival by just under a second. Stefan Solvi-Pettersson takes a creditable third place, but Mark Felix's competition finishes on a low. The Lithuanian secures the bragging rights by topping Heat 2, but don't write off the possibility of those positions being reversed in the final. Brian Shaw has definitely lived up to expectations. Disappointment then for Mark Felix as he returns home empty-handed, but at least he's in one piece. No great surprise, though, as Zadruda Savickas and Brian Shaw book their places in the final. The big American must be viewed as one of the brightest prospects this sport has had in many, many years. Next up, it's round 3, and stand by as 5 times world champion Mariusz Pudzianowski joins the fray. Until then, from Malta, goodbye.
If you'd like the chance to win a World's Strongest Man goodie bag, go to bravo.co.uk. After the break here on the telly, though, it's brand new McIntyre's Crime Capitals.
Hello and welcome once again to Malta for Heat 3 of World's Strongest Man 2009. So far, 4 athletes have made it through to the final, but each one of them knows that if they're to walk off with the ultimate prize in strength athletics, they've got to get past this guy. Immense strength, incredible athleticism and 5 World's Strongest Man titles. It's a daunting prospect to face, but 5 men must take on this mighty pole if they wish to progress into the final of World's Strongest Man 2009. For the last decade, the Dominator has been amongst the strongest men on the planet. Can anyone stop Mariusz Pudzianowski? Yes, it's time for Mariusz Pudzianowski, the man known as the Dominator, to take to the stage here in Malta. To see if anyone can stop him in the first event, let's head over to Zoe at the medley.
Yes, Martin, the 5 times world champ does look pretty relaxed right now, but one man charged with the task of stopping the pole is Englishman Darren Sadler. Now, Darren last year took a year out from World's Strongest Man, but now he's back and looking his best, I might add. Darren, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. First 2 events are quite bodyweight events, so I need to sort of just use damage limitation on those, because obviously we've got Phil Pfister and Mariusz in the group, who both won it before, both big heavy guys. Looking forward to the dumbbell and the deadlift, where the sort of strength-wise comes into it more, a bit more power events, and then take it from there, really.
So feeling confident overall?
Yeah, I feel okay, I feel good. I've trained hard this year. obviously had a year out last year from World's Strongest Man, so I'm sort of well rested and feeling good.
What did you learn from the last World's Strongest Man that you did? What did you take away with you to help you prepare for this one?
I learned just not to let things get to your head, really. Obviously, it's a big thing. A lot of nerves get involved and whatnot. This year, I feel a lot more relaxed, sleeping better, eating better. So, yeah, everything feels good.
The first event, the medley, the cannonballs ready and waiting, and our strongmen have got to cover a 20-metre course as fast as possible. The cannonball and the keg must be carried 10 metres and then placed on the sledge, which is dragged all the way down the course. Time limit, 75 seconds. Well, first up was Alexander Khrushchev of Russia. Inexperienced as far as this level of competition is concerned. He's up against Jimmy Lorries of Belgium. Big man, 6'4", 331 pounds.
From Serbia.
And Ervin Katona of Serbia. First World's Strongest Man appearance. Massive weight. He's the biggest fella in this first heat.
Ready?
Superb conditions, Colin, for this first event as we get underway.
Well, Katona, it might be his first attempt at World's Strongest Man, but he's doing strongman for years now. Incredibly powerful man. But it's Khrushchev who's making the running here. Former powerlifting champion of Europe in the red there, the Russian. He's more used to simple static movements than this kind of running, but he's doing very well at it.
Well, Ervin Katona there, just getting ahead of everybody. Beginning to slow up. He's not really leaning back and using his long arms, the long levers. On the far side, Khrushchev is just beginning to fade a little bit. And this is where it gets very, very hard indeed. There's our first winner. Just over 44 seconds. Good time there. And who's going to get second? Well, it's just, I think, Jimmy Lorries in the green. There's Ervin Katona's time, 44.12. He's the leader. Another three big men to come, of course, in this heat. Jimmy Lorries there, 49.53, just ahead of the Russian, Alexander Khrushchev. Absolutely exhausted at the end of that one.
Well, perhaps Khrushchev's fitness wasn't quite good enough. Sprinter down the course has a lot of athleticism, but it was Katona who finished off strong.
Representing the United Kingdom, Darren Sadler.
Darren Sadler of England, gritty Yorkshireman. Certainly what he lacks for in sheer size, he makes up for with determination.
Phil Pfister.
The oldest man here, former World's Strongest Man back in 2006. Very, very tall, very strong.
The current World's Strongest Man from Poland, Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Not just the current World's Strongest Man, but he's won more World's Strongest Men titles in history than anybody else.
Behind the line, please.
This is a tough one for Sadler.
Ready?
Away we go, a bit of sprinting to start with. And what about this fella, Colin?
Well, he's got muscles in places most people don't even have places. He's just so powerful, Pudzianowski. Coming back off a biceps injury. His fitness in a little bit of doubt here, but at the moment he's looking in great shape. Now Sadler might struggle. He doesn't have the body weight of the other two. Look at Big Phil powering away.
Well, it was even Steven at the point where they had to start dragging the machinery down the course. And Phil Pfister, I think he could make more use of his long arms there, but he's over the line first, just ahead of Mariusz. It's very close for all three. Darren Sadler, as Colin was saying, just struggling a wee bit at the end. Finishes it off. Well done, Darren Sadler. And Phil Pfister, the winner there, 35.90.
There's so much history between these two. World's Strongest Man 2006. Mariusz lost the title to Phil in the last event, the Stones. And these two guys haven't really spoken much since, I can tell you that. Darren Sadler, though, always a fighter. Despite the lack of body weight, he really pushed it as hard as you possibly could. But Pfister takes the first win.
Well, one surprising thing is that Pudzianowski didn't win the opening event, but the unsurprising fact is that he finished in the top two. Congratulations to Phil Pfister, but Darren Sadler has to settle for fourth. As the lightest man in the contest, things are unlikely to improve for the Englishman in the next event. Coming up after the break, it's the truck pull. Welcome back to Malta for Group 3 of World's Strongest Man 2009. This haven for winter sun seekers is about to be shaken to its foundations by a World's Strongest Man classic. With all the details, here's Colin Bryce, and first, Paul Dickinson.
Thanks, Martin. That's what lies in wait for all of our strongmen, 20 tons in total. It's got to be pulled down the course over 25 metres, and the maximum time limit allowed, 75 seconds. Always a tough one, and Jimmy Laurie's got us underway. 70.91. The man from Belgium finished the course. Well, Darren Sadler's up next, full of muscles, full of determination, but once again, this could be a disadvantage for him in terms of his sheer body weight. Well, he gets it underway slowly. Look at his arms. So powerful. I remember, Colin, this fella competing in an under 90 kilogram competition some years ago. He's bulked up a bit since then, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's won categories all the way up. He's won the British under 105 kilogram class on at least 2 occasions. But now he's bulked up to 120 kilograms. A lot of muscle on quite a small frame. Well, a small frame compared to the other guys like Pfister, that is. Now, if this was an old contest, Paul, they wouldn't have the rope in front of them. It wasn't a real test of strength back in the 80s. It would have just been body weight, wouldn't it? Back when Kazmaier and Jeff Capes used to compete, you were really hindered if you were small, but at least Darren has a chance here to get his arms into it.
Well, it looks as though he's going to be over the minute mark. I wonder if he can beat Jimmy Laurie's time of 70.91 seconds. He really is struggling now. Every last ounce of energy, there it goes. And 62.31 for Darren Sadler. Boy, that took a lot out of him. He can't wait to get out of that harness now, my goodness.
Paul, I think just over a minute is an excellent time for Sadler. He's gone ahead of Loray's, a much bigger man, and that's all he could have asked for.
Ervin Katona there, the Serbian striding towards this huge truck, 20 tons in total. Beautiful conditions down on the harbour side here today.
Are you ready? Ready?
So Darren Sadler, he has the best time at the moment, 62.31. And Katona, although a novice, if you like, at this standard of strongman competition, got away to a good start in the first event. He finished in 3rd place.
It'll be interesting to see how well he does here. He looked reasonably fit in the first event, but he does carry so much muscle. A lot of that muscle you just think isn't really necessary for a strongman. All the years of powerlifting, he has a huge chest. I don't think you need it in something like truck pulling. So is he going to blow a gasket halfway down here?
Tell you what, Colin, he's going pretty well here. He's rocking and rolling just a little bit. It's not smooth, it's not pretty, but it's being effective. Gets rid of the rope and just hauls it over the line. That is quick. Oh, that's by far and away the fastest time we've seen so far. 49.22. That was deceptively quick. Well done.
Well, he just about used all the energy up in his arms, so he threw away the rope. He knew he had the momentum of the truck. Finished off the last few meters.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Russia,
The big Russian getting ready, Alexander Khrushchev. Disappointing start for his World's Strongest Man campaign after that first event. But Ervin Katona, he set a brilliant time, last man down the course. Dipped under 50 seconds. And this is not a fast getaway by the Russian.
Well, you know, it doesn't look very fast, but actually look at his body position. He's much lower than the other guys. Oh, but he's wobbling from side to side. From the side angle, it looked very good, but in actual fact, Paul, I think you're right. This isn't going to be a very good pull at all. He doesn't look experienced here.
Well, this fella, another guy who's over 20 stone in body weight, not making best use of that body weight. Oh, he's gone down. Can he recover from that? The guys, of course, have got the rope in front of them to pull on, and I don't think he's using that very effectively at all.
No, this is a very difficult pull. And it's interesting when you see someone who isn't very experienced, you realise just how difficult it is. He's got strong legs, you know. He's been European powerlifting champion. Probably stronger legs than anyone else in this heat, but not using them effectively.
Dear me. Exhaustion sets in. Bring on the oxygen. Just over 70 seconds there. 70.06. And he's down in third place. Still some very good guys to come.
Well, he went down halfway, and that just slowed him up so much. He had to start getting the truck rolling again. Tough pull for Khrushchev.
The United States of America, Phil Pfister!
Well, Phil Pfister, looking as young and as sprightly as ever. Approaching his 40th year now, but still an incredibly strong guy. Now, this is going to be interesting. It was first blood to Pfister ahead of Pudzianowski in the first event. Can the American do it again?
Well, I think Pfister would probably consider himself to be the world's best truck puller. He might not say it, he's a modest guy, Phil, but he's won enough truck pulls over Marius and over the rest of the world that you'd have to say Phil stands a very good chance of winning this. He's going to put in a huge time, and it'll be a benchmark time for Marius.
Well, it's still Katona who leads at 49.22, but Pfister is just accelerating away here. Big strides, great use of the arms, and that is a huge time. Wow, that was superb by Phil Pfister, himself a world's strongest man in the past, and 40.91. I just wonder if Pudzianowski can even beat that.
You know, he just loves competition, Phil. It took him over a decade to get to the World's Strongest Man final and then onto the podium, but he's still here, still fighting.
Well, the history books will show that this fella is the greatest of all time. 5 times World's Strongest Man. Just wonder if that first event was a little blip. And this time down the course, he's going to blow everybody away. We'll have to wait and see. But Mr. Muscles gets underway. It's not as fast as Phil Pfister.
Do you think he wants it? Listen to him screaming out every step.
This guy's just like a giant bodybuilder, my goodness. It's taken a lot of years to develop those muscles, not just in the arms, but the back and the leg as well. I don't think, Colin, though, it's going to be as fast as Phil Pfister.
Well, not for lack of trying. Listen to him. Desperate to get this over the line and beat Pfister. He's not happy he's been beaten already. There's so much between these two guys.
Well, it's taken him a long time to get into his stride, but he does it eventually. But it's another second place for this great Polish strongman. 45.40, and he'll finish in second place for the second time.
2 out of 2 for the 2006 champion then, but once again Pudzianowski finishes in the top 2. Newcomer Erwin Katona is looking impressive, but it's another 4th place for Darren Sadler. That all means the Englishman stays in 4th position. Let's hope he's limited the damage enough from the opening 2 events. Pfister looks in control at the top at the moment, just in front of Pudzianowski. This pair have quite a bit of previous in World's Strongest Man competitions. They were involved in one of the all-time great finals back in 2006, when an incredible comeback from the Americans secured the title. But he knows better than anyone that the Dominator's record in this contest puts him on another plane. So far, it's the American in control. Now the question is, can any of these men separate the 2 legends? They certainly have the best possible chance in our next event. It's one in which Pfister has a terrible track record. Paul Dickinson and Colin Bryce.
Thanks, Martin. Well, Phil Pfister's terrible record continues, unfortunately. Only 4 repetitions, the bottom of the pile at the moment, but it's being led by the Russian, Khrushchev.
From Serbia, it's Erwin Katona.
Erwin Katona now. He's enjoying himself here in Malta. Lying in 3rd place too, and that is a good performance.
Give me a nod.
So,
ready?
The deadlift.
Lift.
A simple performance, but once you've lifted it 7 times, you really are exhausted. The weight added after each lift, so this makes it doubly difficult.
Well, not only that, Paul, it's the way this machine swings in at you as well. It's sort of like a giant mousetrap. It's not like training on a normal bar in the gym. And that's strongman. You come to competitions, you have to deal with the conditions. This is Katona's first ever go at this machine. He's doing well, though. Up comes number 6. Jacks it up. That's a good lift.
One more to go, and the clock's ticking away. 45.97 to beat if he can do this one. Yes, he gets it up. He's in the lead. So Katona continues to perform well here in Malta. 43.03 the time.
Wow, great power there from Katona. He's a former powerlifting champion. You'd expect him to do well, and he does.
Ladies and gentlemen, the current world's strongest man and 5 times world's
He looks
strongest
so
man
fit,
from
doesn't he?
Poland,
Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Pudzianowski!
Getting the lifting straps ready. That helps with the grip. And certainly in these very, very hot conditions, the guys are sweating a lot, so the grip is so important.
You know, he had some major surgery back in April, Paul, and you just wonder how fit he is. He hasn't done any competitions except a couple of local ones in Poland, and you know what? He was even beaten by a Polish guy who's never been to World's Strongest Man before. So confidence is a little bit down. He's got himself into some kind of shape. He's put the body weight back on, but I'm sure being beaten by Pfister 2 out of 2 has really given the champion a big body blow. He needs to do well here.
Well, the job for him is to get through to the final, of course. Then he can concentrate on regaining the title he once won. Not once, but 5 times, of course, and that is a cracking time by Pudzianowski. 36.50. He's in the lead by a long way.
Well, if his fitness is in just a little bit of doubt, his absolute power certainly isn't.
Mariusz, congratulations. Up until now in the events, you've been quite comfortable, but was this always going to be your moment to go out there and shine?
Yes, this is events is deadlift is very good for me. Next events also. I want only in final. Later I watch.
You're feeling very confident at the moment then?
Yes, I'm very happy now. Slowly in final.
OK, thanks very much. Well done.
Thank you. Polska Górą.
Well, Darren Sadler is the last to go, and he said earlier on that he was looking forward to the power events, so this could be his big chance.
It's not a part-time sport. You can't just do it when you feel like it. You're either in it or you're not in it. Obviously, it's a very tough group, but I've trained hard, so I'm just going to do, I know what I can do, I'm going to put it down and then see what they do, you know. My goal this year really is to get to the final. Every time I've done World's Strongest Man, I've come fairly close, but I have no injuries, really. I'm feeling the best condition I've ever felt, a bit stronger, a little bit heavier, so yeah, this year, I ain't got any excuses.
Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Darren Sadler!
Come on now, Darren, you need this one. He's down in 4th place. Only 2 will qualify for World's Strongest Man finals. So this has got to be a big, big event for the Yorkshireman.
Darren, are you ready? Give me a nod. Lift!
Well, Sadler can deadlift, Paul. This is one of the exercises he likes most. Very strong back.
He's ideally suited to this event. So far, this is marginally quicker than Mariusz Pudzianowski, and Mariusz standing there. Now, I wonder if he's cheering Darren on to make sure Darren beats Phil Pfister, or whether he's worried that his lead is going to be bettered by this man.
Well, he's cheering on Darren. I don't think he's going to do it, or perhaps he doesn't realise how quick this is.
That is fantastic. 35.19. Darren Sadler being congratulated by the world's strongest man, and Pudzianowski is beaten once more.
Look at the smile on Darren's face. This is massive bragging rights, Paul, to win the powerlifting event amongst the strongmen. Huge for Darren.
Congratulations, Darren. You did say earlier on that you were looking forward to these power events, and we can certainly see why now. How does it feel?
It feels good, yeah. I've been working very hard on my deadlift. It's gone up a lot, so it's nice. I respect these guys a lot, but it's nice to beat him, you know, and where I want to be.
How does it feel beating people like Pudzianowski?
It's amazing, yeah, good feeling. Good feeling. I need to keep doing it.
We were expecting Sadler to do well here, but to eclipse what is a decent time from Pudzianowski is truly world class. Pfister, predictably in an event which he hates, is back in 6th. That win has done the Englishman's chances of qualifying no harm at all. He's tied for 3rd, just a point behind the 2006 champion. Despite not claiming a single victory so far, Pudzianowski moves into top spot. There's been fantastic action so far in Malta, with Phil Pfister looking in top form. To see if Darren Sadler can maintain his winning streak, join us after the break. Welcome back to Malta for the 3rd round of qualifying for World's Strongest Man 2009. We've had some great action up to this point, with Phil Pfister and Mariusz Pudzianowski providing most of the fireworks. It was the American who took the opening event, the medley, a discipline that Pudzianowski is usually unbeatable in. Pfister continued his fine form to win the truck bull in the incredibly fast time of 40.9 seconds. An ongoing injury meant the 2006 champion was rock bottom in the deadlift. Pudzianowski looked to have won it before the Englishman Darren Sadler pulled out the performance of his career to beat the 5-time champion into 2nd. All that means the Englishman is within range of the 2 qualifying places, tied for 3rd with newcomer Erwin Katona, and just a point behind Phil Pfister. It's time to see if he can maintain that form. Your commentators, Colin Bryce, but first, Paul Dickinson.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. The course looking absolutely superb on the harbour side for this car walk competition. 75 seconds the time limit. The course, as always, 25 metres. The car weighing a massive 431 kilograms. That's over 900 pounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Serbia,
Erwin Katona, the first man up, tied for 3rd place with Darren Sadler after 3 events. Very close between those two. I guess both of those men will be trying to catch Phil Pfister and Mariusz Pudzianowski. Well, strength is one thing here, Colin, but balance is so important.
He had no problem in the pickup, plenty of power in the legs. But you're right, this car, very difficult to hold on to. You can see the back wheels nearly touch the ground there. And if the rubber hits the concrete surface this is on, then it will stop dead. He's hanging on, though. Good time, Paul.
Superb time in the end. That was very good indeed. 28.28. And this could be a big, big moment for Erwin Katona.
Well, he needed a good time here. We know that Pudzianowski and Pfister are both good at this event from previous years. Under 30 seconds, pretty solid.
Alexander Khrushchev now, 6'1", 313 pounds. That is a big, big weight.
Ready?
Well, he shouldn't find the weight a problem, but like so many others, he's found the balance a problem until he actually gets moving. And now the Russian is beginning to move well.
Look at this, he's virtually jogging with it. Very impressive from Khrushchev, although the balance went there. I think he could do with a steering wheel, Paul.
Well, he's getting in towards the finish. In the end, it's a very good time indeed. He's taken over 3 seconds off the time set by Erwin Katona. 25.06, my goodness.
And it could have been even faster, Paul. He went down about the 15-metre mark, but he certainly got up and pushed it over the line quickly.
Well, the crowd have certainly enjoyed this event so far down by the harbour side. The weather is absolutely glorious. But we always knew this was potentially a brutal event, possibly a dangerous one too. Jimmy Laurie's legs gave away halfway down the course. He was the only man who couldn't complete it. 5 meters 80, his distance.
Ladies and gentlemen, from England.
A real moment now for Darren Sadler. Looking very serious about this indeed. Equal 3rd place at the moment. If he could do well here, he could move up the leaderboard again, and who knows, even challenge for 2nd place. So Sadler gets away. Now, is his lack of height a disadvantage here, Colin?
No, it shouldn't be at all, because he's actually changed the length of the straps. Look, he's got a good 8-10 inches of clearance. Oh, it's the balance that's the problem. It's not height at all.
Well, we've already seen a superb time, 25.06 by Alexander Khrushchev. And he's going to finish outside of that, and he's all over the shot, my goodness. Almost wobbling from one side of the course to the other.
Come on, Darren, you've just got to get it up and then start walking. He's trying to pick up and go at the same time. He's so keen to do well here.
A little bit over-anxious, you'd suspect. Just a couple of meters short. Oh, goodness me. And that is a slow time, 47.41. And Darren will be very disappointed. Time is running out for the Yorkshireman.
Well, Paul, you just wonder how much did he give in the deadlift to win that event. Big opportunity missed here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 5 times world's strongest man from Poland, Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Mariusz Pudzianowski gets ready. And amazingly, the great Polishman is yet to win an event in this year's World's Strongest Man. Here we go. The fastest time is still by Alexander Khrushchev of Russia, 25.06. But this fella seems to have got it together. He's striding away here, Colin.
Oh, he's gone through the gears quickly, and now we're in 5th gear. Pudzianowski's flying over the line now. This will be the lead time by some margin.
That was a clean run, absolutely superb, 20.72. That is a massive chunk of time to take off the lead. Only Phil Pfister to go.
Well, dobra. He's happy. You can hear it in Polish. He's pleased with his performance. He thinks he's put the pressure on Pfister now, and he has done with that. That's a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, United States of America, Phil Pfister.
Well, Phil Pfister's huge stature there, towering over this tiny little car.
Ready?
This is going to be interesting. Pudzianowski gave us a fantastic performance just a few moments ago, 20.72, and Phil Pfister is going well as well.
I mean, let's not forget, this is 950 pounds, 70 stone. Look at the pressure on Pfister's face there. This is agony. He's charging well, though.
Oh, it's going to be close. Pudzianowski, I think, knows his time has beaten. It is 20.30. The great Pole is beaten once more, and that was superb by Phil Pfister.
What a tough man Pfister is. Charging for the line. Wasn't going to give up.
Phil, congratulations. Leading there. Fantastic work. How does it feel?
Well, you know, it's wonderful. Put a little chink in Mariusz's armor. You know, he's such a tremendous warrior. And it's always great to compete with him and all the other guys, you know. And really nice when you can have a good result.
So the usual order is resumed then as Pfister and Pudzianowski occupy the top 2 places. That plucky performance from Sadler is only good enough for 5th. Pudzianowski maintains his lead at the top of the table, just. Sadler has it all to do now, but Pfister, with 2 of his favourite events to come, looks odds-on for a final berth.
You know, after retiring last year, it was really great. I enjoyed retirement for about a month or 2, and then some invitations came in to do some strongman. So it's a lot of fun, actually. I'm having more fun now than I did for the last decade or more. So it's really a part of who I am and what I do, and I'm enjoying it now, probably more than I ever have. World's Strongest Man is a huge challenge. Just to make it into the finals. You know, people don't realize that it's actually 2 contests. It's the qualifiers and then the finals. I've always known that I'm one of the best, but to be the guy that ends up on the top of the podium, that's really a special feat to pull off. And it might happen again. You never know.
Well, as expected, the class of Pfister and Pudzianowski is really shining through, but Darren Sadler has put in a very plucky performance. The next event is wonderfully simple but brutally tough. Grab hold of 15 stones in one hand and press it above your shoulder as many times as you can. It's the dumbbell press.
Martin, absolutely right. This can be a brutal event. You're allowed to lift the dumbbell up to your chest with 2 hands. but then it's one hand only over the head. As many repetitions as you can in 75 seconds, a massive 95 kilos the weight. Well, Jimmy Lorries of Belgium, his misery continued. No repetitions at all for the Belgian strongman. It was a different story altogether for Alexander Khrushchev of Russia. He looked quite comfortable for the first few repetitions and finished off with 6 in total. Well, the organisers have produced a fantastic pairing here. Phil Pfister up against Mariusz Pudzianowski. And as Colin Bryce was saying earlier, these two have got so much history. And there's Big Phil's mum. She's come all the way from the United States to watch. Pudzianowski, the overall leader. Despite the fact he hasn't won an event,
Take position.
He's so consistent. Here we go. Now this, Colin, I think is a fascinating confrontation.
You know, it's not so much the weight, it's the technique. They're so awkward, these implements. And Pudzianowski, I've seen him try this before. He's not comfortable, but look at Big Phil. No problem at all. He's trained this event. It's so awkward. It's 95 kilos. Actually, isn't that heavy for these men? It's just dealing with the size of this implement.
Well, it's around about 15 stone with one hand. And Phil Pfister, he's got to lift it further than everybody else. Pudzianowski, a little bit shorter levers. I thought the Polish man would have done better. But it's Phil Pfister who's top of the pile at the moment. And Pudzianowski is struggling here, Colin.
He's just not getting the technique right. Look at Pfister, jerks it with the legs. Oh, Mariusz is starting to get it now. It's too little, too late. He's not going to win this. He's got to try and get another rep up. He's got just about enough time.
Well, I bet Phil's mum is impressed with what her son has done, but Pudzianowski will not get that extra repetition. And there goes the whistle for the end of time. Phil Pfister finishes on 6. Mariusz Pudzianowski on a poor 3 repetitions. Great performance by the American once more.
Well, Big Phil's done well there. And Mariusz's 3, I have to say, gives Darren Sadler a good chance of taking first or second here. I think he might struggle to beat Phil's total, but yeah, Mariusz just not that good at this at all. He's got the power, just not the technique.
Good performance by Phil Pfister.
Darren Sadler!
Well, if Darren Sadler's got any hope of qualifying for the final, it's got to happen now. He's up against Erwin Katona of Serbia. He's lying well placed in 3rd. So Phil Pfister, he's tied for first place at the moment, along with Alexander Khrushchev on 6 repetitions. Now, I reckon this event is technically probably one of the most difficult in strongman, Colin.
Well, the funny thing is, Paul, it's actually a very old event. It's what they used to do in the 19th century in circuses. But I can tell you what, the weights back then were about half of what this is. It's good to see this old event in, and it is very difficult. There's a real trick to it. You have to use your legs. It's not just about arms and shoulders.
Well, I reckon the weight of this dumbbell is around about the same as a half-full refrigerator. And these guys are lifting it up with one hand. Not necessarily the strength that's a problem, they've got that, but the balance, well, dare I say, it's almost delicate.
Well, it's good for both of them. They're both fighting away here. Sadler just ahead. He could reel in Pfister here. He's got just about enough time. He's got to hit it perfect each time. Oh, no. No, I don't think he locked out. The elbow must go to a straight position.
Well, the spectators certainly enjoying these head-to-head confrontations in strongman, and both of these fellas are finding one more repetition, an impossible task. The whistle has gone. Darren Sadler will finish in 3rd place on 4 repetitions, and Erwin Katona, he goes 1 less, finishes on 3. I think Darren Sadler's chances of going through to the final now are absolutely minuscule.
Well, I think Sadler can be pleased with this. Look at the size of the handle, something we didn't even mention, Paul. It's as thick as a Coke can, and Sadler dealt with it very well.
Oh, wow, Darren, you came second in that event. You must be absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, I'm pleased, yeah. I was hoping for around 5, to be honest, but it's hot. You know, we've done a few days competing, legs are a bit sore, but yeah, I'm happy with that. That's the best I could do, so that's it.
You've beaten Marius now in 2 events. I mean, that's pretty incredible for a guy of your size. You must be delighted.
Yeah, it feels good, yeah, definitely. So just trying to keep in there, keep battling on, you know.
Well, you certainly are, and we're very proud of you, so keep it up. Well done.
Thanks very much, cheers.
Thank you.
Another victory for Phil Pfister means that he is guaranteed a final place. He certainly deserved it. With just 1 event remaining, Sadler's very impressive performance has given him a lifeline. The Englishman needs to pull off the performance of his life in the last test of strength and hope that Pudzianowski slips up somehow. Congratulations to Phil Pfister. Can Sadler upset the odds? One thing's for certain, the man from Boroughbridge will not be in awe of the 5-time champion.
I've got a lot of respect for Marius because he's won it 5 times, but, you know, at the end of the day, he's only human, so everyone gets beat one day.
It's the final event of round 3 of World's Strongest Man 2009. Can Darren Sadler pull off the shock of the tournament? Paul Dickinson and Colin Bryce have the details.
Thanks, Martin. They are the rules. 75 seconds in total to lift the 5 stones, the heaviest of which is a huge 160 kilograms. Well, first up was Jimmy Lorrays of Belgium. The debutant, he finished 4 stones in a time of 39.21. Along with him, we had the giant Russian, Alexander Khrushchev. 38.27 was his time for 4 stones. He led the Belgian.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out the next 2 athletes. From the United States of America, Phil Pfister.
2 giant men, Phil Pfister. He's already qualified for the final. He can't be eliminated. Irvin Katona. Well, he can't qualify, but this is for pride, for the big man.
Ready?
So here we go. And Phil Pfister, having already qualified, Colin, it begs the question, how much of an effort is he going to make here?
Well, I've seen in the past he would do absolutely no effort at all. He put 1 stone on and waved to the crowd. But you know what? Phil Pfister wants to do this as a practice run. He wants to make sure he's in shape for the final, feel these stones. And you know what? He's going very well. Look at this, the 5th stone up. That's under 25 seconds. That is really quick.
That is motoring. Absolutely superb. Confirms his #1 status. And that is going to be tough to beat. We've still got Marius Pudzianowski to come. And, of course, England's Darren Sadler. And Katona. Now, can he get this 5th one up? This is the big one. 352 pounds it weighs. Is he tall enough? Is he strong enough?
Well, the longer he waits, the harder it gets. Oh, he's an inch or 2 away. And he says, you know what, I'm not going to qualify. Why hurt myself? He has a little glance to his bicep there. He's hurt that in the past. No point in pushing it. I'm sure we'll see Katona again next year, though, Paul. But Pfister, we're going to see him in the final.
That was brilliant by Pfister, and that lays down a marker to everybody else in the competition. Katona tried his best. He'll be back next year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome out our next 2 athletes. From Poland, Marius Pudzianowski.
Pudzianowski, a top 5 finish in the Atlas Stones, guarantees his spot in the final. Darren Sadler, though, has got to win this one. And if he does, and if Pudzianowski scores no points or 1 point, well, Sadler will make it through. There's 1 qualifying spot remaining. Phil Pfister, of course, is already guaranteed his spot in the final after some brilliant performances. So here we go. We'll get an indication, I'm sure, early doors as to what sort of chance Darren Sadler has got. And Pudzianowski is ahead of the Yorkshireman. This is not good news for Darren Sadler.
Well, that first stone, it's almost like throwing a basketball for Darren. It's so high onto the plinth. Now he's got to play catch-up. Darren really has to go through the gears now. He's got to gamble on everything, throw it up at full speed.
Well, Pujanovsky, by my calculations, has made it through to the final. He's going well. There he is, 5 times world's strongest man. A tough man to beat in any circumstances. And he's beaten Darren Sadler. So Darren has tried so hard to make the final in the past, but he's going to miss out once more.
Oh, this is so painful for Darren. He's been in this spot before. He nearly put Pfister out in 2006, but he came third that year as well. Never so far has he made the final, and once again comes so close. Not for lack of effort, but with Pujanovsky and Pfister in his heat, you have to say it was a very difficult heat. You feel a little sorry for Sadler. In another heat, he might have made it through.
I just wonder how Darren Sadler will cope with this defeat. It's a tough one. Mariusz Pujanovsky, he's got to be wondering whether he can retain his title.
A brave effort from Sadler, sadly not enough to upset the 5-times champion. Ultimately, it's Pujanovsky qualifying comfortably. It's Phil Pfister, though, who wins again, and he has looked most impressive. The American tops the group, while the Dominator fails to win a single event. He may simply be on cruise control, though, so don't write off that 6th title just yet. Well, Darren Sadler pushed them hard, but it's the Dominator and the champion from 2006 who make it through to the final. You can be sure, though, that Sadler will be back next year in an attempt to go one better. We're into round 4 next, and another Englishman, Lawrence Chalet, will be aiming to reach the final for the first time. Until then, from Malta, goodbye.
And for all of us fans who absolutely love this competition, there's a chance to win a goodie bag containing all sorts of World's Strongest Man memorabilia on our website. That's bravo.co.uk. Of course, I say us fans, but I really mean you fans. I'm not allowed to enter. Something about me working here. After the break, Dublin is the seemingly unlikely choice of venue.
Welcome to Malta for qualifying Heat 4 of World's Strongest Man 2009. In the last heat, there were no great surprises. Mariusz Pujanovsky and Phil Pfister both making it through to the final. This one, however, could be a much tougher call. Poundstone, Jean, Shaw, Savickas, Pfister and Pujanovsky. The lineup for the 2009 final reads like a who's who of strongman. 6 men will now battle to earn the right to face the very best in the world. Englishman Lawrence Chalet will be looking to make up for the disappointment of last year when he missed out on a place in the final on his debut. He certainly won't be lacking for any support down at the first event. Here's Zoe.
Thanks, Martin. So Lawrence is about to go, and you guys are all here to lend him lots of support. Big cheers for the fellow English people.
Yay, can't wait.
So are you a fan of the World's Strongest Man?
Not too much, but it was a toss-up between Cyprus and Malta, and we heard the World's Strongest Man was at Malta, so we're here in Malta to support them.
No, it's funny because you're saying not too much, but actually that's not really true, because really you are. The husband's a massive fan.
Yes, I am. Yeah, we weren't coming away, but when it was introduced that they were going to be in Malta, then we said we'd come and have a look. I've always wanted to come and see it, so we're here to support.
And what about George? Are you possibly a strong man of the future?
Say yes.
Oh, he's going to think about it, okay.
Well, there we have the course all laid out for this very first event, the medley. And the time limit, 75 seconds. The course is 25 metres long, and they've got to drag the anchor and the chain at 335 kilograms and carry the 2 kegs as well. That's what faces Lawrence Chalet of England, comes from Gloucester. Second World's Strongest Man appearance. Agris Kazelnik's first World's Strongest Man appearance for him. And the former rugby player Etienne Smith of South Africa. Huge, huge guy. good athlete as well.
Take position.
Here we go. And this has got to be a good start for Lawrence. Not only would it bring in good points, but it would increase his confidence hugely, Colin.
He's up against a couple of very strong men here. So this will really give us an idea what kind of shape Lawrence Charlet has turned up in, and he's good. He's in the lead by some margin. And did you see Koselnik's had a real problem getting the barrel up there?
He's absolutely flying. That is a brilliant time. 23.84 for Lawrence. What a great start by the Englishman.
Look at Koselnik's. Oh, he made a big mistake. He ran straight into the platform with the barrel. It smashed the platform back, and that's cost Koselnik's quite a lot. Look, 33.85 back in third position in what is a bit of a sprint event.
Good result for Etienne Smit, 25.58. But it is this fella who leads. What a great start.
Tremendous from Charlet.
Oh, Lawrence, the medley's always been a good one for you, and wow, you really proved it there today. Very impressive. You must be so happy.
Yeah, I think probably all tell I'm quite happy with that. Just had to, it's quite a short medley, so you have to be so fast and almost risk making a mistake. I just put 100% into that. Luckily, it paid off. Still 3 very good guys to go in the group, but it's a good time. Hopefully, some of them will struggle to beat it.
You must be feeling fairly confident now, though.
They're going to have to go quick to beat it, but these guys just keep getting better and better every year. I'm in way better shape than I was last year, but so is everyone else, so you just don't know. But hopefully, that'll get me off to a good start for the competition.
In lane 1, from the USA, Travis Ortmeyer.
Well, Lawrence, absolutely right. There are some good guys to come. Travis Ortmeyer is one of them.
From Norway, Richard Skog.
The giant Richard Skog of Norway, 6'5", 346 pounds. Every inch an athlete. And the new superstar from Sweden, Johannes Arhu. Not as big as Richard Skog, but this guy can move.
Take your position.
Just to remind you, 23.84 was Lawrence Charlet's time. Can that hold up to take victory in this first event?
Well, you know, I've got Ortmeyer down as the favourite here. He was 5th at World's Strongest Man last year, but look at Johannes Arho, only 24, and he's taken away a lot of experience from last year's Worlds, and he's going to go into the lead here, or does he?
It's very, very close. We'll have to let the judges see what happens. Johannes Arhu, though, does take the lead ahead of Lawrence. 22.09, definitely number 1. And Travis Ortmeyer in third place, the Texas Stone Man, 24.15. Richard Skog, a disappointing start for the Norwegian, 25.03.
25.03, that's a great time, but this is a tough heat. Some real athletes here. Arho just managing to beat Ortmeyer, but Ortmeyer gets beaten by Charlet.
Johannes, great stuff out there. Incredibly fast. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I was hoping to do really well in this because I knew I had to do good in this to have a shot in the final. So I'm very pleased with doing well in this, yeah.
And you look in fantastic shape this year. Have you learned a lot from your experience last year?
I did. I increased my strength overall, and to have a little bit more routine helps a lot more than you think. So it's a good combination, I think, for this year.
And how are you feeling now about the rest of the competition?
I definitely have a good shot on the final, and that's where I want to go. Everything can happen. This is the toughest year ever in World's Strongest Man, but I think I have a good chance.
Arho takes the win, but what a great start for the man from Stroud. Charlet has really got everybody's attention now in Malta. Ortmeyer, the American, must settle for third. Well done, Lawrence, but the big surprise remains the American, Ortmeyer. One of the favourites for the title is struggling, but expect things to change after the break. Welcome back to World's Strongest Man 2009. Before the break, we saw England's Lawrence Charlet take a very impressive second place in the medley. Let's head down to the second event. Your commentators, Colin Bryce, and first, Paul Dickinson.
Thanks, Martin. Well, this is what lies in wait for our strong men, this 20-ton truck. They've got to pull it down a course of 25 metres. The maximum time limit allowable is 75 seconds. An absolutely lung-bursting event, and Etienne Smit was the first down the course. He finished it in 62.5. Agris Koselnik's next, of Latvia. Finished in 6th place after the first event. A disappointing start for him.
Are you ready? Ready? Yes.
Away we go. Squeezing on the rope, driving with the legs. And this has got to be smooth, it's got to be technically proficient, and of course you've got to be massively strong too.
A look in the background, catching some rays, is big Ray Bergmanis, former Latvian strongman, former podium finisher at Worlds, and this is his new protege. He'll be hoping he does well here. Bergmanis was telling me though before this that he doesn't really get as aggressive as he wants him to be. So he's got to turn it on here, Koselnicks. This is his big shot.
Look at Bergmanis on the far side there, chasing after his protege, making steady progress, could well finish inside the minute. Bergmanis shouting and screaming over the finish line. And this fella's got to keep driving on. The front of the lorry has got to go over the line. Gets it, there it is. It finishes there in 56.88. That is a very decent time indeed.
Well, you would expect Koselnicks to do well at this. He's got plenty of body weight. Well, Raymond's is happy. Under a minute, he's going to take the lead with that time, but we've seen this is the only event that goes across all the heats. We've seen times in other heats going under 50 seconds, so I'm not sure if it's going to win the heat, but it's a good time.
Well, Richard Skog of Norway said in the introduction he was every inch an athlete. A massive guy, but there's not an ounce of spare flesh on him. And body weight is an issue here. Took a little slip there. Disappointing for the Norwegian. But this guy could be special.
He's very special. A former soldier, a former special services soldier. He used to run around with a backpack at 125 kilos, he told me. That was at his absolute fittest. He's bulked up a bit since then. Now over 150 kilos. That's getting over 320 pounds. He's a monstrous big man. He really is at 6'5", and he's using his body weight well here. This is a good pull, Paul, despite that slip.
It certainly is. It's very smooth, and that counts for a lot. His arms working in unison with his legs, which are still driving on. This is very quick. That is a good time, 46.75, and Richard Skog has got a big, big lead already.
Isn't it good to see a Norwegian back on top again? Not since Sven Karlsson have we seen a really great Norwegian, the 2001 World's Strongest Man. And Sven's here as well, watching, cheering on. If he hadn't made that mistake, I reckon he'd have been at least a couple of seconds faster.
Well, the USA always produce very impressive strong men. Travis Ortmeyer, wonder what his credentials are for this event. He's squatting low down. Most of the guys here are wearing these boots which are normally seen on mountainsides for grip, but Travis Ortmeyer there having a slip after just a couple of meters. That was bad news for him.
But he's starting to get his act together now, Paul. And you know we can almost claim him as British. Wife Lucy from the UK. Ooh, another stumble there, though. This isn't picture perfect for Ortmeyer, but he's got it moving. The momentum is looking good.
Not as good as Richard Skog's was, though. The Norwegian was very smooth. And his momentum, well, it just got better and better as time goes on. Now Ortmeyer is beginning to motor. This is better from the American. He certainly didn't start off well, but he's finishing very strongly indeed outside of the time set by the Norwegian. There it is. 49.13 goes into second place. Wow. Litres of oxygen being used up there.
You know, I think it's worth saying as well, though, Ortmeyer coming over on the plane came down with a bit of a cold, quite a bad head cold, and he's struggling for fitness here. He's really gasping for oxygen in any of the fitness-based events. Doesn't make it easy.
Lauren Charlie, he's up next. Started off well, but I wonder what he thinks about this event.
Last year, got a stupid injury, dislocated my toe pulling the truck. Wasn't pleasant, I felt it go straight away, right at the start. And obviously, when you're in a competition like this, you try and block out pain and just keep going. One thing it's probably taught me is to be a little bit more careful with warming up. When I was probably younger and just first started, I just jumped straight into these stupidly heavy events that we do and not even think about my body. Now I kind of need to concentrate on warming up, making sure I'm ready for these events, because these things we do are stupid, you know? We're all a bit stupid, the guys that do this, but it's not something you're going to just be able to just jump out of your sofa and have a go at. You need to practice them. Warm up, definitely. You've got to progress through the weights, and this year a little bit more preparation beforehand, and I'll be okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Lawrence Charlie.
Lawrence looking totally psyched up for this one. It was a cracking time that was set by Richard Skog of Norway, 46.75. And unlike Richard Skog, and I guess one or two of the other guys as well, this guy doesn't look a strong man. He's certainly big, but the muscles aren't there for everybody to see. But I'll tell you what, he's so powerful.
Yeah, it's very true. Looks can be deceiving, though. He packs a lot of power, Charlie, especially around the hips and around the legs. And he's using it well, utilising that power.
He certainly is, using that rope in front of him quite usefully as well. Driving with the legs, and these are quite big steps in comparison to some of the other guys. He really is motoring now. Remember, 46.75 to beat. He's getting close.
Well, this is starting to test his fitness now, the last few metres. It's going well, though, Paul.
He's going to get it, surely. Yes, he does. He's in first place, and that is another very fine performance. Woo. Oh, yes. 45.42. He is the current leader.
Well, no one tipped Lawrence Charlet to do this well in the first couple of events. I think he'd be very pleased with his performance.
Lawrence, 45.42. You are the new leader of the group. How does that feel?
That feels very good. I didn't expect that on this event, because this is a real big man event. And I'm a little bit lighter than some of the guys in my group. But after last year, just getting my toe on the truck pull, I've been practicing it a lot this year. So hopefully that paid off a bit.
Well, it certainly has. How are the toes feeling now?
Absolutely fine. Legs are a bit wobbly though.
I'm not surprised. Johannes Arhu next, the last competitor who can prevent the Englishman from winning an event here in World's Strongest Man.
Pick up rope.
Beautiful view out over the harbour.
Take the strain. Yeah. Ready?
And that is the view the driver of the truck has of the strongman in front of him. Now, Johannes Arhu is every inch the athlete, rather like Richard Skog, but it's Lawrence Charlie of England who's in the lead at the moment.
Arho has spent his summer up in Scotland doing the Highland Games this year. You're right, he's a very good athlete, throwing cabers, shot puts, hammers. He'll try his hand at just about anything. Oh, slipping there though, Paul.
Yes, he's not making as good a progress as Lawrence did a few moments ago, and I think the Englishman is going to win his first event in this year's World's Strongest Man. He's wobbling all over the place here.
And not a time to have your shoelace come undone either. That's not helping his cause.
Struggles over the line. I don't think he's going to make second or third place at this rate. He's absolutely exhausted and finishes there well out of it, 56.32. And that only gives the Swede fourth place. Staggering at the end there. That took a huge amount out of him.
Lawrence Charlet continues to impress here in Malta. First place, 6 points, and all toes intact. What a performance. Ortmeyer again in third in an event he usually loves. It's the Englishman at the top of the table after two events, but he'll know there's a long way to go. Kozelniks and Schmidt are looking a little out of their depth at the moment. Now, can Lawrence Charlet keep up the good work in the event he loves? It's a classic World's Strongest Man event and one of the core tests of strength. Here are Paul Dickinson and Colin Bryce with the details.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. There is the time limit, 75 seconds. 7 lifts in total to score big. Lawrence Charlet, well, he's been looking forward to this one. I wonder how he feels.
So, Lawrence, you're leading in the group so far. Could you ever dreamt it would have went this well for you?
No, it's been a really good start for me. Obviously, with a lot of strong guys in my group. If someone told me beforehand after the first day I'd be in the lead, I would have taken that. So it's a good start, but there's still 4 more events to go, and I want to keep it going. I really want to make the final this year.
But this squat event is a good one for you because last year, of course, you won in the group. So you must be feeling pretty confident. How's the training been going this year?
Yeah, squat event's usually a good event for me. Unfortunately, I tore some muscle fibres in my quad a couple of months ago in a competition, so I haven't squatted that much prior to this. But my legs usually are pretty strong, so I'm hoping they'll bail me out this time.
Well, Travis Ortmeyer, he got things going. His legs didn't let him down, but his squat suit did. It ripped on the second repetition, and the American didn't manage any more. So Travis bitterly disappointed. And 2 repetitions in that sort of time won't score big points, but Kozelnik's might. He leads the way, 6 repetitions in 32.27.
Ladies and gentlemen, from South Africa.
So here we go. A chance to take a close look now at Etienne Smit of South Africa, the former rugby player. South Africa's strongest man, and South Africa have always had a great reputation in World's Strongest Man competition. Just wonder if this guy can carry the flag.
Squat!
Here we go, the first of 7 reps maximum. And this is a hard event.
Good squat!
He looked a bit uncomfortable in that first rep. He was really trying to find the depth. Now he's got it. He's decided just to slam it down and come up, fire it up as quick as possible. The slow technique doesn't work, especially considering the clock is going here. You have to try and squat as fast as possible. Here comes number 6. He's equaled Kozelnik's. He's got 1 more to do.
Well, he's actually gone ahead of Kozelnik's in terms of time.
He doesn't want it though, Paul.
No, that 7th barrel proving too much. So there is our current leader, 27.48, but nobody yet has completed the test in full.
Well, that second last rep, ground it out. You can see his back starting to bend. He knew he'd maxed out.
Johannes Arso.
Johannes Arhu of Sweden, 2nd place overall behind Lawrence Charlie. And absolutely beautiful conditions here for the spectators and the competitors too. Tell you what,
when you're ready.
What about his belt?
I don't know, it's about 6 inches higher than I've ever seen a belt before. But it might just work for him. Oh, yeah, that was quick. Touch the ground, back up again. Very fast.
Good squat.
And eventually they're going to be squatting with a bar
Good squat.
and the contraption behind them at a weight of over 700 pounds. And that is awesome. Just look at the size of his quadriceps, his legs. They're absolutely massive.
He really wants to get through to the final this year, Paul, and this is the kind of event he can do well in. He's been living in the shadow of Magnus Samuelsson for so long now, the #1 Swede for a decade. He says racket, he's had enough. He's done the 6th one as well, but he's not going to do the 7th.
No, a little bit of disappointment there for Arhu, 36.65, and he's only in 3rd place. That is a big surprise.
Well, here he is going for the 5th rep. It was already a bit of a fight to get 5, and then for 6. Look at the pressure.
Well, nobody has managed to do 7 lifts so far. Lawrence Charlie of England, he gets his chance now. His knees very, very tightly wrapped.
Rack out. Squat. Good squat.
That was quick. Now, he said he hasn't been doing much squatting. I'll tell you what, there's no evidence of that on this form.
He won his group last year. Charlie squatted every single weight, but it must be noted that it's 10 kilos a lift heavier for every single lift this year.
He's going well. This is quick, it's decisive, and it's very strong. Now, can he do number 7? If he does get it, he goes into an automatic lead. Come on, Lawrence, do it for England, do it for Gloucester. He's got it. That was a superb performance once more. And there is our leader.
These are the strongest legs right here. I think I remember Bill Kazmaier once shouting that one. Here he is on the last rep. The second last one looked hard. That one was impossibly hard. But he did it.
Lawrence, what a performance, what a reaction from the crowd. You must be feeling absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, it always helps if the crowd make a lot of support for us guys. That was very heavy this year. And I think some of these guys helped me get through that. I just kept thinking about my little baby girl back home. She's 4 months old. Unfortunately, she couldn't be out here with her mum. But they'll be watching on telly, and that was for her.
Charlet takes top spot again and is beginning to look very assured here in Malta. Etienne Smit delivers a world-class performance when he most needed it, but once again, Travis Ortmeyer disappoints. Charlet looks to be cruising into the final and is now 5 points clear after 3 events. Arjo leads the chasing pack, but Etienne Smit's second place in the squad has thrown things wide open. Mainly because some big-name players are not on their game at the moment. Ortmeyer and Skog have disappointed, but Lawrence Charlet looks in total control. Welcome back to Malta, where England's Lawrence Charlet is putting in a big performance and looks set to make it through to his first ever final. But standing in his way is the heaviest event of this year's Strongest Man. It's the car walk.
The course is ready, the car is ready, and our strong men have got to carry it all the way down. Balance is so important as well as super strength. The maximum time limit, 75 seconds, the course 25 metres long, and the car itself, well, that weighs in at over 900 pounds. Agris Kazelniks of Latvia, he's already had his turn, 25.63 the time.
South Africa, Etienne Smit.
Etienne Smit, normally used to pushing in a scrum in rugby. This will be totally alien to the South African. Here we go. Off to a pretty good start.
He's certainly got plenty of body mass, plenty of core strength. Look at the eyes, Paul. Focused on the target at the end here. He's not rocking around a lot either. This is a very smooth run at the moment.
Well, we have seen some times of around about 20 seconds in this in practice, and that is 22.66. Very useful indeed. And Etienne Smit is now beginning to make his mark on this competition.
Well, the South African had some injuries coming into this contest. I was a little bit worried he'd hold together, but he's doing very well. Look at the focus.
Ladies and gentlemen, from England, Lawrence Charlet.
Well, to some people, the fact that Lawrence Charlet is leading may be a bit of a surprise.
Ready?
Not a surprise to us, though. Now, come on, Lawrence. One good performance here may even seal your place in the final. He's been that good so far.
Well, he's chosen a very high pickup. He's lifted that at least a foot, if not a foot and a half off the ground. He doesn't want to make contact with the ground, and that's very sensible from Charlet.
This is a good time. Yes, it is. He goes into the lead, 21.87. That is first place, and if he stays in first place, I do think he'll make it through to the final already.
Well, Lawrence did all the hard work at the beginning by choosing a high pickup. It then made the run all the easier. 21 seconds, that's very fast.
It's phenomenal.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Sweden, Johannes Arjo.
Johannes Arjo. I expected better things of this fella, but he is in second place after all, so in a qualifying position at the moment. But once again, it gives me great delight to say it's Lawrence Charlet of England who's in the lead at the moment.
Well, let's not forget, this man won the first event, the medley. So we've already seen in athletic running movements, he's very good. I know this isn't running, but it is an athletic movement. One leg after the other, trying to go as fast as you can. Oh, he's slowing up. The first 10 metres was good. He's just looking a little tired now, isn't he?
He's just rocking and rolling a little bit. And this is not going to be a quick time for the Swede. There he is, over the line. And indeed, the clock stops at 34.41. Once again, disappointment for Johannes Arjo of Sweden.
You know, Paul, I think it's a fair comment as well that he's not just up against the weights and these tough competitors. This is nearly 40-degree heat. He's not used to this kind of temperature, and it's draining on him.
Certainly is, Colin. That was hard. Well, it's American Travis Ortmeyer next. Really not living up to his expectations after a great debut in 2008, but he does know how to get himself psyched up.
I guess you could say I get a little crazy before I go out there. That's not the first time I've heard that. It's another world. You know, all focus is inward, and you get that adrenaline rush, and then you just get so much power. It's how I kept up with all the big guys when I wasn't nearly as strong as them. But this year, I'm as strong as them, and hopefully I've still got that mental power. The ultimate goal is to win every competition I go to, and this one's no different. Obviously, I wasn't happy with 5th place last year. The problem was that I just put too much energy into the qualifiers and didn't have enough left over for the finals. Hopefully this year be a different story.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States of America, it's Travis Oatmeyer.
So here he is, the American getting psyched up once more. If he can't beat Lawrence's time, that does mean that the Englishman has made it through to the final, so it all depends on what Oatmeyer can do. He's away well.
You know, he works as a personal trainer back in Texas. I don't suppose he uses car walk as a part of his repertoire for people who walk in off the street. But he is so strong, Paul. He was tremendous last year. 5th at World's Strongest Man is nothing to be sniffed at. But he's in a real tight situation now. He needs a win.
Well, he's not going to get it. The good news is for Englishmen and English supporters is that Lawrence Charley has won it. 21.87, and Oatmeyer currently in 3rd.
He doesn't look happy, does he? He was steady all the way. Perhaps he could have just rolled the dice a little more and charged at it.
He is feeling a bit under the weather, though. He has got a cold. I just wonder how that affected him.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Norway, Richard
The man mountain that is Richard Skog of Norway. Really is yet to shine in World's Strongest Man this year. Lawrence Charley looking and watching and waiting. 21.87. That truly is a remarkable time from Lawrence. But Lawrence, I wonder if he realises it. He is through to the final, and that is the main thing. And we've still got 2 events to go.
He must have the broadest shoulders in the world, Paul. Look at this. He's as wide as a car almost. But Skog was saying to me before this contest, he actually thinks he lost too much weight to get ready for the heat of Malta. Still 350 pounds, and tell you what, the crowd better watch out here. There's some dodgy driving.
He is struggling towards the end, but who can blame him? He's over the line, 32.22, and that does mean that Lawrence has won this event. It's maximum points for England once more. And Richard Skog, well, disappointed for him, disappointing for the Norwegian supporters. In 5th place.
It didn't help that he navigated a skew course, starting to move over to the crowd there. He then had to waste energy to get it back on course.
Another impressive performance from Etienne Smit has really got people thinking, but all eyes are on Lawrence Charley, who has once again destroyed the field in another immensely heavy event. 4 events, 3 victories and a place in the final secured with ease. All this in just his 2nd World's Strongest Man. Congratulations to Lawrence. Talking now with Zoe.
What a remarkable performance there from Team Yellow. How have we done it?
No idea. It's a complete shock. It's got to be the T-shirt, I think. This is my lucky colour this year.
It certainly must be, but I think yellow really is the gold. I think you're definitely going for the gold now. What do you think? 2 events left to go, you know, and you're still straight through to the final now. I mean, it must be a great feeling.
It's an amazing feeling. This year, my goal was always to make the final. To do it with 2 events to spare was a complete shock. I've just been given 100% on each event I've had this year, and luckily things have gone my way. Now I can enjoy the next 2 events and try and save some energy for the final, and then start again. And who knows? I'll try and place as high as I can in that final.
Well, all the best of luck. Thanks very much, Lawrence.
Thank you. Cheers.
We all knew he was good after that performance on debut last year, but nobody could have predicted Charley would have such an impact in 2009. To see if he can continue his hot streak, let's head back to Paul Dickinson and Colin Bryce.
Thanks, Martin. We're on the beach this time for the keg toss. Always a spectacular event. Time limit 75 seconds. 8 kegs that have got to go over the bar, ranging between 17 and 24 kilos. Well, first up, it was Kozelnik's. He only managed 4 kegs in total, but he was the current leader. Then along came Lawrence Charley, our overall leader. Now he may be holding something back for the final because he only managed 3 and then walked away.
Ladies and gentlemen, from South Africa.
So Etienne Smit now, he's tied for second place. He's got a great chance of qualifying. This is going to be interesting. It's a modest lead at the moment that Kozelniks has. That absolutely flew over Colin. Very impressive.
Goodness me. Oh, now they're starting to get a little bit closer to the bar as they get heavier. We're on to the 22-kilo weights, now to the 24s. Will this one go over? Has he given too much too early?
That was good. It crept over. This weighs 50 pounds. Oh, yes. That was excellent. Etienne Smit becomes the first man to finish the keg toss. All 8 go over in a time of 25.89.
Luck was on his side there. At least 2 barrels went just the right side of the bar.
Etienne, that was absolutely amazing. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm thrilled, but not completely happy. I could have gone a bit faster. Waited for 1 or 2 barrels to go over. I should have reset immediately. But yeah, I'm happy.
You're very hard on yourself. You say you could have gone faster, but actually it is the leading time at the moment. And yeah, I mean, you did knock the bar there at the top a couple of times. Did it make you feel a bit nervous about getting to the last one? Did you think you were going to do it?
No, I knew I would do it. I just knew it.
Good for you. Do you know you're going to get to the final?
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Sweden, Johannes.
That remains to be seen. Johannes Arhu is next, and he is tied for second place, so a real close competitor to Etienne Smit. This is going to be interesting.
Well, last year, Paul, he did all of the kegs, but the height's gone up by 6 inches from last year, and the weights, they've gone up too. Last year, the starting weight, 15 kilos, now 17 kilos. So far, so good, though.
All of the kegs have gone cleanly over. 5 metres high is the barrier. Now, 1 more to go. It's a good time as well. Ooh, that was so close. Fair to say, then, that Etienne Smit is still in the lead. And over this guy, he's got an advantage as well with only 1 event to go. That is disappointing for Arhu, and that could make a big difference to his chances of making the final.
Well, that was a little strange. He still had quite a bit of time there, Paul. He was like a beaten man. He could have waited another 20 seconds, had a crack at it, but he chose not to. I don't know what his psychology is, but he doesn't look happy.
United States of America, Travis Ortmeyer.
Chance for Travis Ortmeyer to shine. Just been a little bit below par, but I think he enjoys this event. And last year, Colin, he went pretty well, didn't he?
Oh, he went absolutely nuts. I think at one point there was 2 barrels in the air. Oh. He didn't get that right at all, Paul, and that's not what you need when you're feeling a little under the weather and you need maximum points. To misfire like that.
Interesting that earlier Lawrence Charley only decided to do 3 barrels, satisfied that he's done enough to make it through to the final, but Travis Ortmeyer, really, it's all gone wrong over the course of the last 3 or 4 events.
Oh, and when it was going right for Etienne Smit, it's going wrong for Ortmeyer. If it sits on the bar today for Ortmeyer, it's going the wrong way over. Travis just needs to try and get his head together. He's got 75 seconds. If he can get 8 kegs up, then he will go ahead of Arjo on points. But no, he looks a beaten man, doesn't he?
There we have it. 6 kegs only in 3rd place for Travis Ortmeyer of the USA.
Last year he destroyed that final keg. This year, not even close.
It's just pathetic. God dang.
From Norway,
Richard Skog, the last man to go. The only man who can prevent Etienne Smit of South Africa from winning. Well, Richard Skog, all smiles. I wonder what he'd be like when the event is finished. Here we go. Really gets himself switched on quickly, does Skog. And those 2 have gone flying over, but they are the lightest.
Well, once again, a really good start Each time he's positioning himself. Oh, it's gone wrong. I was about to say he's positioning himself well, but he didn't get the angle right. Now he's back on track here. We're halfway, and you're right, Paul, they're getting heavier and heavier.
Well, take a look at the way he's throwing them, though, Colin. He's not extending up onto his toes. He drives up, and then his hips stay low, and that is a disadvantage.
Yeah, and he's 6'5". He's already got the height advantage. All he's got to do is straighten up, stand true and tall, and extend his arms. But he's not doing that.
Etienne Smith will be absolutely delighted. Richard Skog, not so, because he's only in 4th place.
Another world-class performance from Etienne Smith wins him his first ever World's Strongest Man event. Who would bet against his prediction of a final place in this form? The South African is in prime position to accompany Charlet into the final. Unless we have a major turnaround in the last event, Smith will create the contest's biggest upset by eliminating Travis Ortmeyer. But stand by for fireworks after the break in the Texans' favourite event.
For my very first contest, I just had a knack for Atlas stones. I just decided that was going to be my event, and there it is. It's mine.
Can Travis Ortmeyer clinch it in the Atlas stones? That's next.
Welcome back. Our last event, the Atlas Stones. As always, those 5 stones have got to go up on the plinths in the fastest possible time. The 5 stones range in weight between 100 kilos and a massive 352 pounds, 160 kgs. Well, Lawrence Charley from England, he'd already qualified for the final, so he just strolled through his event. 3 stones in a time of 25.54. As far as Kozelnik's was concerned, he was a little better. He achieved 4 stones in a time of 47.43.
From the United States of America, Travis
Well,
Ortmeyer.
amazingly, Travis Ortmeyer of the United States does have a chance of qualifying for the World's Strongest Man final in his favourite event. Richard Skog, he's got to win this event to make it through. So this is a real interesting prospect. There are the positions. Lawrence Charley, of course, it doesn't matter what happens to him in this event. He's already through. But look at the places from 2, 3 and 4. It is so, so close. Well, very interesting to see how Travis Ortmeyer gets on. He calls himself the Texas Stone Man, and he reckons he's unbeatable, Colin.
Well, this is a great event for Ortmeyer to finish off on. But is it a little bit too late? That's the problem. Even if he wins this, he needs the others to fall into place so that the points figure out correctly for him. But he's giving it his best here. I tell you what, though, Skog is stone for stone.
This is fantastic. Can Skog get it? Travis Ortmeyer's going to get it. The American gets first place for the time being. Richard Skog in second. What a great confrontation. And that is what World's Strongest Man is all about. 5 stones, 29.97. But it's Travis Ortmeyer who's taken the lead, 27.96.
You know what this could do? If Skog slips in between Smith, he might have done him a huge favour finishing that 5th stone off. Ortmeyer being so fast, Skog being so close, this really puts the pressure on Smith now.
The South African on the right-hand side, he's up against Johannes Arhu, who's got to win the stones. The mathematicians have been out with the slide rule, and they've also calculated that Smith must finish in at least 2nd place and beat Arhu. There is the situation currently. Travis Ortmeyer, a cracking finish to his strongman, 5 stones in 27.96. What a finish to this heat of World's Strongest Man 2009. Away we go. And I bet after the last event, the South African Smith must have thought he was through to the final, but it's all gone wrong there, and Arhu is in the lead.
Oh, this is slow from Smith. He surprised us in the keg. He showed us just how athletic he is. The smile creeping across Ortmeyer's face. He's done the maths. He knows that these guys, if they're over 30 seconds with the 5 stones, he's going to do it.
Well, there is Smith, who's really struggling. I can tell you that Arhu is not going to beat Travis Ortmeyer And that means the American has made it through to the final, and the Swede has not. Well, for these two guys in the final event, it has all gone wrong. And Etienne Smit says, nah, can't do that, don't want to do it now. So we won't see either of these two men in the final. Johannes Aarhus finishing there, a very good performance, 5 stones in 35.23. And there is Etienne Smit's time, only 3 stones. He does not qualify either.
Good job, Etienne.
Well, he said it was his event, and in the end, the Atlas Stones came to Travis Ortmeyer's rescue. The Texan needed that victory, and he got it by a mere 2 seconds. It's the American that accompanies Laurent Charlet into the 10-man final. Congratulations to both of them, but praise must also go to Johannes Aarhus and débutant Etienne Smit. So Laurent Charlet tops the group and is joined in the final by the big American Travis Ortmeyer, who scrapes through in the most dramatic of fashion. Next up, it's Heat 5 and the first appearance of England's big Terry Hollands. A podium finisher in 2007, can he improve on that in 2009? We shall see. Until then, from Malta, goodbye.
You can't buy masculinity, but if you'd like the chance to win a World's Strongest Man bag of stuff, go to bravo.co.uk. After the break here on the telly, though, another chance to catch Tim Hutton and Gina Bellman as modern-day Robin Hoods in episode 1 of Leverage.
Welcome to Malta for the final qualifying round of World's Strongest Man 2009. 8 giants have already battered their way into the final, amongst them Englishman Laurent Charlet. There are just 2 places remaining, and another giant Brit has his eyes firmly fixed on one of them. The 2009 final is shaping up to be one of the all-time great contests in the history of World's Strongest Man. Never before have so many of the true greats of the sport gone head-to-head. Now 6 men must battle for the right to join this exclusive list in the final qualifying round of World's Strongest Man 2009. Terry Hollands finished on the podium in 2007, but he was bitterly disappointed with his performance last year, and he's been training like a demon to make amends. Zoe Salmon has caught up with Big Tell down at the first event.
Terry, you're just about to go on now. First event, how are the nerves?
Yeah, they were actually really bad, to be honest. I was just putting my chalk on and realised how much I was shaking. But, yeah, I mean, hopefully this will be a good event for me. It should be, so fingers crossed I can get a win.
I mean, 2 years ago, runner-up. Last year, maybe not doing quite as well as you like in the finals. I mean, how have you approached this year's training and preparation?
Yeah, I mean, I've just been really strict with myself. I haven't actually missed a session pretty much in the last 4 months, so it's been really good preparation. No real major injuries this year, so I'm feeling good.
No injuries, good prep. Well, I mean, it's all sounding quite good, so no need to be nervous. Perhaps just go out there and obviously do your best. We're all rooting for you.
Yeah, I'll hopefully just do my best and see what happens.
That's all you can do, is your best. Here's our first event, traditional one as well, the medley. All of these implements have got to be put into the sled at the end of the runway, then it's got to be carried down 20 metres. A cannonball and, of course, the barrels too. Time limit, 75 seconds for all of our contestants.
Lane 1, from Germany,
Florian Trimpel of Germany, the first man we see, comes from Bavaria. Another newcomer, Christian Savoy of Canada, first World's Strongest Man appearance for the Canadian champion. And Dave Ostland of the USA comes from Minnesota, a big, big man indeed. So speed, endurance and power are the ingredients here in this medley. A bit of sprinting too, Colin.
Well, if it comes down to speed, power and size, you'd have to go with Dave Ostland here. Ostland's a man that led the World's Strongest Man finals last year, and he ended up on the podium, still in 3rd position at the end, so he's got real pedigree. But Savoy, in the red there, just won Canada's Strongest Man. He's on a high, and he's flying at the moment.
He certainly is. He's heading towards the finish without any slip-up so far. Just having a little look behind him. There's only a few meters to go. He's got to get that sledge over the line. Just failing to sprint over the line. Now, who's going to get second place? Whoa, it's so close. Both men think they've got second place. Well, the judges will sort that out, but no doubt about the winner, Christian Savoy of Canada, 37.78 seconds. Oh, Dave Ostland just failing to get second place, 42.15. Nevertheless, a good time. And their second place, Florian Trimpel of Germany, 41.98. Great start.
Well, less than 0.2 of a second between second and third. But first place, there was no doubt Christian Savoy is in good form.
In lane 1, from Poland, Jarek.
The old campaigner, 38 years old now, been in World's Strongest Man many times before.
From Estonia, Andreas.
Well, Andras Muromets over the last few years has been building a real good portfolio of victories. And Terry Hollands from England comes from Dartford, the biggest man of this trio. Has he got what it takes to take big points here in the medley? Away we go. Terry Hollands gets the cannonball. Look at that, he's moving well.
You know he can shift, Paul. He was a former rugby player. Used to play second row. No surprise there, he's 6'6", but his foot speed is as good as any. Now he's got the body weight here as well. That's definitely an advantage in this pull. Why is he going side on? That's not the clever thing, and look who's going in the lead now, it's Muromets.
This is a fantastic finish by Muromets. The Estonian is going to get it surely. Yes, he does. And he wins the event too. That was a very fast time. And Terry Hollands, after a brilliant start there, just faded at the end. And the former teammate of Mariusz Pudzianowski finishing there on the far side. He really ran out of steam at the end. But Andras Muromets of Estonia, he's our winner. 34.38. Great time. And Terry Hollands finishing in second place. So a good start for the Englishman.
Well, Dimmick down in sixth. That's very disappointing for Dimmick, though he's probably the lightest man in the entire heat. Big Terry, though, a tremendous start, and I think a mistake cost him first. The Estonian, though, kept his cool.
Muromets did a completely fast time there, so actually coming second to that must be pretty satisfying.
Yeah, fairly satisfying. I mean, I think we had the 3 fastest times in all the groups. Yeah, it's just one of them things. I mean, hopefully I can make the points up on the next event.
So how are you feeling now overall?
Yeah, not too bad. It's nice to get the first one out of the way, settle the nerves a little bit, and I know the next event's a good one for me, so hopefully I can get the win there.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
So it's Andras Muromets who gets off to a flyer in the final qualifying heat. Holland seems happy with second, but the big surprise is American Dave Ostland, fifth in an event he loves. It's not the start Terry Hollands wanted, but he's up and running, and next up is his speciality event. After the break, it's the truck pull. Welcome back to sunny Malta, where the temperature is as hot as the competition. Before the break, we saw Terry Hollands take second spot in the medley, but next up is an event in which he will be odds-on favourite. Your commentators, Colin Bryce, and first up, Paul Dickinson.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. There we have the truck right at the end of the runway. All of our strong men have got 75 seconds to pull a 20-ton monster down the course, which is 25 metres. Well, certainly we've had two competitors so far with mixed fortunes. Florian Trimpel of Germany, he finished the course in just over 57 seconds. And Dimmick, well, he couldn't finish it. His lighter body weight, a disadvantage. So now it's the turn of Christian Savoy of Canada. Canadians have always been pretty good at this event in the past. Away we go. 57.43, the leading time so far by Trimpel of Germany.
Well, he's not lacking in confidence, Paul. Before this event, he said he was going to win the pull faster than anybody. And with Terry Hollands in the heat, that's a big boast.
Well, Terry Hollands, he goes a little bit later. He's a big fella, and his body weight's going to be a massive advantage. But the Canadian is striding out well here. And certainly from that front camera position, you get a great impression of just how tough this event is.
Well, I don't know if Christian Savoy is the world's strongest man this year, but he's got himself in the best condition ever. He really is trained up to the maximum potential of his body, and he's pulling this to a very good time. 45 seconds, Paul. That's a huge benchmark for the others to go against.
Certainly is. That's 12 seconds almost faster than Florian Trimple. And I just wonder if a few of the other competitors will just quake a little bit when they see this performance again.
Well, there's those rock climbing boots getting the maximum friction against the surface to push off. Really impressive time.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Estonia, Andres Muramet!
Andres Muramet just getting ready. The last few moments of preparation are so important to get your brain in gear. Away we go, just leans into it and then starts pumping the legs hard. Slow and steady is the order of the day when you get going, but then when you get momentum up, it's all about balance and power.
Well, those baggy clothes really do hide some of the thickest legs in the world. Muramet has incredible thighs on him. And he's putting them to good use here. He's in a good position. This looks like a good pull so far.
The crowd certainly appreciating the immense strength of these guys. That's a bird's eye view from the driver's cab there, and this is going to be a good time. Is it going to be good enough, though, to beat the time of Christian Savoy? I don't think it is. It's just going to be short. But Muramet, nevertheless, 47.07. That is a very competent time, and it could be one of the leading times by the time we get to the end of the truck pull. Second place at the moment for the Estonian.
You know what, Paul? He doesn't look too out of breath either. We've seen some people do the truck pull and collapse afterwards. Muramet is in good condition. This heat, wow, Hollands has really got his work cut out, hasn't he?
Well, we'll see Terry Hollands. He's getting warmed up. And Dave Ostland is the next guy. He needs a good performance here. You certainly don't want to lose ground too quickly over the first couple of events. Otherwise, when you're playing catch-up, it is so hard. 20 tons that truck weighs. I've heard one or two of the guys say it is the biggest truck we've ever seen in World's Strongest Man.
Dave Ostland, a very good puller. 6'7" tall, and look how low to the ground he is. Probably trains harder than anybody else. He really does. Twice a day, gave up his career in real estate to do strongman a few years ago. So committed.
Well, he's just beginning to blow a little bit now, but the legs are still driving on. And this is certainly a time which is on par with that of Christian Savoy. Just over the 40-second barrier. Come on, he's got to drive on now towards the finish. Just shy of the lead. But he goes ahead of Muramet, and that's superb for Ostland. 46.28, currently in second place. Good stuff.
Well, Terry Hollands must be nervous. 3 men between 45 and 47 seconds. If he falls outside that, he could lose a lot of points in this event.
So a pretty good result there for Dave Ostland. Terry Hollands is up next, though, looking pensive. And I wonder how he's going to get on in this year's competition for the World's Strongest Man.
In 2007, when I got the third place, it was a great achievement. But I came away thinking, you know, yeah, I'm third, it's good, but it's not where I want to be. To be honest, I was hoping I'd get a first place finish that year. That just wasn't to be. Last year, I had a bad year, injuries and stuff, and I was very disappointed with my performance in the final. I was happy to make the final, but I didn't do myself justice, I don't think. Sometimes it's good to take a knock like last year. It really gave me a lot of motivation to do better this year, and 2 days after I was back from Worlds, I was training hard, and I've literally not missed a session all year. My goal this year is it's got to be at least a top 5 finish, really. If I can make top 10 in the shape I was last year, I should make top 5 this year.
Well, he certainly has got his supporters in the crowd. Terry Hollands acknowledging the applause down here on the harbour side. And certainly, as Colin Bryce has been saying, some cracking times have been set. So this is a real test for the man from Dartford. And certainly in terms of body weight, Colin, he's got a bit of an advantage, and he looks as though he's got away quickly.
He does have a bit of an advantage. 180 kilos in body weight, that's 400 pounds. He's a massive man, size 17 feet. I mean, he's just a monster, Terry. And you know what? This is the only event through all the heats, Paul. And if we look back to Heat 2, Brian Shaw, the best time of all, 42 seconds. I wonder if Terry could do that. That'll show just what kind of shape he's in.
Tell you what, he's going well. This is a cracking time. It could be under 40 seconds, my goodness, just outside. Oh, that was superb by the Englishman. He doesn't know the time himself yet, but he thinks he's won it, and indeed he has, 40.50. Oh, just wonder how he feels about that. It was superb.
And not just the fastest in his heat, the fastest of anyone across all heats.
Terry, totally incredible. Winner of the group, and very deservedly so. You were so steady and so fast. It must have felt amazing.
Yeah, it did. I mean, it wasn't actually as bad as I expected, to be honest. I mean, obviously I'm really out of breath now, but I mean, I watched the other groups go and it looked like a really heavy pull, and I'm just pleased with the time.
I mean, losing out earlier on in the medley, in terms of you expected to win it, bit of disappointment there. Surely this makes up for a terrific specialty event like this. Winning it is just amazing.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is an event I always do well on, and I expected to do well again. Guys in my group are all good truck pullers as well, so I wasn't quite sure, but no, I'm happy with that result, really happy.
No surprise to see Terry Hollands in pole position in the truck pull, but once again Dave Ostland underperforms. He would have hoped to get in between the Englishman and Christian Savoy. Hollands moves ahead of Murametz after the Estonian fails to impress in the truck pull, but the big surprise at the moment must be the performance of the rookie Canadian Christian Savoy. All of these athletes in Heat 5 are aiming to emulate the achievements of men like this. Sven Karlsson, World's Strongest Man 2001, and a true legend of the sport. Zoe's caught up with the Viking down at the next event.
Thanks very much, Martin. Yes, I'm here with Sven Karlsson, 2001 winner of the title of World's Strongest Man. Sven, good to see you. Now, are you surprised, looking at that leaderboard, how well Anders Murametz is doing at the moment?
Not really, you know, he's been on board for a few years, just that he has been in a different federation for the past 2 years. So I knew he was strong, and he has probably the strongest grip in the world. So he's going to surprise a few people here, I guess.
Now, probably not as big a surprise, certainly to English viewers anyway, is how well Terry Hollands is doing, and certainly the deadlift is a good event for him. What do you reckon?
I guess he will be the one to beat in this group. He's doing so good, and he's been training so hard and been so determined over the years, and I know he looks fitter than ever. He's going to be a tough man as well.
OK, well, let's see what happens. Thanks very much, Sven.
Thank you.
Well, here we go with the next event, the deadlift. A real tough prospect for everybody out there, including the leader, Terry Hollands. 3 men have gone so far. Christian Savoy of Canada leads the way, 6 repetitions in 38.79 seconds. Dave Ostland of the United States, he's in 4th place overall. Still a way to go. It's the top 2 who will qualify for the final, of course. But now Ostland can't afford to make any mistakes, and he's got to produce something special. Every time they lift, well, the weight is increased, and that will make a significant difference by the time they get to lifts number 6 and 7.
There's some very good pullers in this heat, Paul. But to do all 7 is a monumental task. Austin pulls up another good one, but you know what? At the top of that lift, it started just to look a bit hard, and I wonder whether Dave Ostland's in quite the shape he was in last year.
He's gone ahead of Christian Savoy of Canada, though. His 6th lift was faster, so even if he doesn't do this one, and he couldn't quite get it above his knees, we have a new leader, Dave Ostland of the USA. He's still going to have another go, certainly within the time limit of 75 seconds. But how much have those previous lifts taken out of him?
Good for Ostland. But so rarely do you see someone who's already missed a lift actually go down and pick it up again. His first few lifts, they look clean, they look smooth. But then he just hit the wall.
So there we have it. Dave Ostlin of the USA, the current leader. And that's the time to beat. 30.96. And that's what faces Terry Hollands of England.
From Dartford, England.
The pride of Kent. Wearing odd socks. I'm not quite sure what that's about. There's Terry's girlfriend. Little picture there for posterity. I'm sure she'd rather have a photograph on the mantelpiece of this man raising the World's Strongest Man trophy.
And just a little point here, Paul. This is the fifth and final heat. We've seen Marcoux, Felix, Charlet and Sadler. The Brits have won every single heat in the powerlifting movement, the squat and the deadlift. So a little bit of pressure on Terry here to keep the side up for Britain.
Well, he's going well at the moment. Almost just using his back as opposed to the legs as well. It's a tricky position when you're down there to use the legs, but he's making good use of it, going well on 6 reps. Can he get number 7? Terry Hollands, looking good.
He's nailed it. 7 reps in 32 seconds. The Brits will be pleased with that one. Jimmy and Lawrence all cheering from the sidelines. Really impressive. That last rep, he had to dig deep. Only just finished it, had to get his hips through. Finished it off.
All those other guys made that look so difficult, but you made it look just absolutely painless. You're so comfortable out there.
Yeah, I mean, my deadlift's been going really well in training leading up to this, and I needed good points today. I might have a little bit of a bad event, the second to last one, the keg toss, so I need all the points I can get at the moment.
And how are you feeling at the moment after that? Surely that must lead the group.
Yeah, I mean, I feel fantastic. At the moment, I'm before this I was 2 points clear. Hopefully I'll be more after this, and yeah, I'm feeling pretty comfortable and confident of making the final.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Terry Hollands leads, of course, and guaranteed 5 points. That is, of course, if Andras Muramets can go faster for 7 lifts than Terry Hollands. 32.7 to beat. And Muramets, of course, spent hours and hours in the gym doing these sort of power lifting exercises.
Down, good lift.
And certainly the Estonian made that first one look very easy, as he did number 2.
On paper, he should do all the lifts. His maximum weight in the deadlift is up at 400 kilos. That's well above the last barrel. But how will he deal with multiple lifts, the fatigue factor?
Keep your eye on the clock. Terry Hollands, 32.7 to beat. And he's running out of time. I think he's guaranteed second place at the moment, but he's not going to get first place. We have an English victory. Now, come on, Muramets, try and finish this one off. This is just for pride. Tried to get in the right position, tried to squeeze it up, but Terry Hollands there is our winner. And he does move further ahead in the standings. He said he needed extra points, and he's got them, and Andras Muramets now on his own in second place.
Another big effort from Big Tell wins his second event of qualifying, and with favoured events remaining, he'll be feeling confident. Andras Muramets claims a valuable second place. Dave Ostlin needs to improve. The man from Dartford moves 3 clear at the top, while Muramets reinforces his position in second. Watch out for Christian Savoy, the debutant is looking nerveless. Hollands is holding off his 2 main rivals at the moment. There may be a threat from the newcomer, but it's the Englishman in charge at the halfway point. Welcome back to Malta, where England's Terry Hollands is making light work of this heavy-duty competition. Next up is an event that perfectly suits his massive frame, and it's one he absolutely loves. It's the Fingles Fingers.
Technically, it's one of the most difficult events in World's Strongest Man. There's the course all laid out in front of them. And here's what faces them. A time limit of 75 seconds. The 5 fingers increasing in weight all the way up to 320 kilograms. I wonder how Terry Hollands feels about his prospects.
Well, Terry, it is stunning down here by the water's edge, but I'm sure you've got your mind on slightly more painful things right now.
Yeah, just concentrating on the job really. It's a beautiful scenery and stuff, but yeah, just concentrating on the job of doing well on the fingers.
And of course, your track record is pretty good on that, so you must be feeling fairly confident.
Yeah, I'm feeling fairly confident. I think if I get a good result here, I'm basically almost through to the final. Still 2 good events to come, but yeah, I just need a good result. I'm hoping for at least a second place. I think Dave will still beat me anyway, but I don't think any of the other guys will, hopefully not anyway.
Does that put the pressure on you knowing that this could be the one that secures your place in the final?
Yeah, it does a little bit, but I like the pressure. It actually, makes me do better. I think a lot of guys are too relaxed a lot of the time, and perhaps they can use that pressure in a negative way, but I try and use it in a positive way and to push me on a bit harder.
Well, pressure may well have been one of the things that affected Andres Muramet's and Christian Savoy of Canada. Muramet's 4 fingers in 45.45. He leads for the time being.
From Poland, Jarek Dymek.
The veteran Jarek Dymek in 6th place, and I think it's fair to say he's enjoying his time here in Malta, but he's finding it tough. Florian Trimpel in 5th place. The Bavarian, big man. And Dymek, I think he's lost a bit of weight over the last few years. Still very, very athletic, can move well, but he hasn't got the sheer bulk and strength of some of these other guys.
And it's good to see Florian Trimpel sporting the Lederhausen there, Paul. Comes from Munich, very much a nationalist, very proud to be German. Now he's behind Dymek. That's a little bit of surprise because he gives away Dymek about 6 inches to Florian Trimpel, and this is really a tall man's event. But is he playing catch-up? Is it tortoise in the hare here?
Well, certainly Jarek Dymek, he finished 4 fingers there, around about 32.5 seconds, so he's leading at the moment, even if he doesn't get number 5. And that massive 300 kilogram plus finger there, not going over for Dymek. So I wonder if this fella can do it. Florian Trimpel, he would love to go into the lead now.
Just over 15 seconds. Now, when it comes down to the shoulder, that's usually it. Good effort from both guys, but that 5th finger just too much.
So 4 fingers in a time of 49 seconds plus. But there is our current leader, Jarek Dymek of Poland.
Well, I'd have thought Trimpel would have been a little bit better at this, at least a good go at the 5th. I guess we'll have to wait for Terry and Dave to do that.
In lane 1, from Dartford, England, Terry Hollands.
This could be a real defining moment in the competition for Terry Hollands. Ideally suited for this event. I wonder if he can make it 2 wins in a row.
Dave Osland.
But Terry Hollands, in his interview, said possibly Dave Osland is the favourite for this one. 6 feet 7 inches tall. And we have got 2 giant men here in this contest.
And you know what, Paul? This event is in the final as well, so it's a good practice run-through for these 2 men. It's Osland who's just ahead onto the 3rd.
Osland is absolutely flying at the moment. I'm saying Terry Hollands has run out of steam, but look at this. It's precision. Technically, it's very difficult. Now then, can he get the last one?
Well, what's with that? Hollands has given up on the 4th. Maybe he's done his maths. Maybe he knows he only needs a quick 4.
Osland, though, becomes the first man to tip over the 5 fingers. And there is our winner. But Terry Hollands, he's got a 2nd place too. So he's still in the big points. Good result for the Englishman.
Well, maybe not so stupid from Hollands. Conserve a little energy for the final. Osland, though, still needs to get more wins if he's going to guarantee his place.
Congratulations. That is, of course, your own very specialist event, so no surprises there. But what a great time. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, pretty happy. Time's a little better than what I did last year, and I really needed the points here. So we got 2 left. I think it's wide open again.
You think it's wide open? You're not feeling confident for that place in the final?
Oh, no. I had to make up the deficit here. And now Andres and I can duel it out for that 2nd spot. 2 events left, but I can't make any more mistakes.
You're going to have to pretty much win both of them. Are you up for that?
I'm going to try a good event, so we'll see what we can do.
Terry, well done. You did the 4 there. No need to go for the 5th. Still a good result for you. You see, you're actually pretty clever for a strong man, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, part of it's obviously just saving a bit of energy back for the final. I knew if I did 4 in quicker than 32, I had someone there checking the time for me. As soon as I did 4 in like 28, I thought I'd just stop there. Pretty much knew I wouldn't beat Dave anyway.
You're pretty confident getting through there?
Yeah, very confident, and yeah, just save as much energy back as possible now. Just do enough to get the points I need.
Dave Osland finally comes to life here in Malta and reminds us why he finished on the podium in 2008. Terry Hollands shows impressive tactical awareness to take a valuable second. It looks to be a fight for the second qualifying spot as Terry Hollands takes control in Group 5. The question now is, can Dave Osland recreate the form of 2008?
This is my 5th time here, so I'm starting to, get pretty hungry. The first year it was just happy to be here, then it was happy to make finals, and now I've been on the podium, so now the next step is to win the whole thing, and I want to do that quite badly. I'd probably tell my son, that this has been just what I wanted to do with my life and what I kind of dreamed of, and I'm very happy that I've, decided to pursue this to the fullest of my abilities. And I'd tell him the same thing, if you have a dream, go for it, and don't not do it because other people tell you. Physically, I feel really good. I'm at my heaviest body weight ever. I'm at about 350 pounds, and I've been able to keep my conditioning up, so I feel like with that extra body weight comes some extra strength. I'm ready to go.
Well, this is what faces our competitors here. 8 kegs in total laid out on the beach. The time limit once more is 75 seconds, and the kegs increase in weight up to 24 kilograms, and that wall is 5 meters high. Well, this is what happened early doors. Florian Trimple was first off the blocks. 5 kegs he achieved in the maximum time allowed. Well, Jarek Dimmick, the veteran, 38 years old, not having a great time here in Malta, but he loves the show.
Ready?
He loves anything to do with strength. I just think this might be a nice event for him. He's so athletic.
He is incredibly athletic. Before strongman, in his teens, he was actually a gymnast. Still to this day, he can do a backflip if you ask him. And here goes number 5. This is really good, Paul.
Well, he's certainly taken the lead very quickly. Oh, that one was one of the highest of the lot. Now onto the heavy 24-kilo kegs, and that is 50 pounds flying over the bar there. Come on, number 8. Oh, just missed out. Just having a little word with the keg there. I tell you what, if he told me to do something, I'd do it in a hurry. But he could do with this one. This would be good points. Excellent points, I feel, by the time we get to the end. And he's just lost it in terms of his endurance factor here. But Jarek Dimmick, for once, smiling and growling too.
Well, I guess the pressure's off Dimmick. He's probably thinking, I'm not going to make this year's final. I can relax. Puts in a great performance, and, he just might turn things round.
From Canada, Christian Savoy!
The Canadian champion, Christian Savoy of Canada. In 4th place.
Ready?
Here we go. And it's Jarek Dimmick who leads at the moment. Nobody's managed to toss all 8 kegs, and certainly in some of the previous heats, we have had some competitors go all 8, and some of them have done it quite easily too. Now, how can the Canadian get on? He's got shorter arms, and his technique here is lacking.
I'm not even sure if it's short arms, Paul. He's pulling them in. He's shortening his lever, and that's not good for creating speed with the keg.
Well, he certainly is struggling here. This could be one of the lowest totals that we've seen so far. Now, Florian Trimple, he achieved 5. Oh, that one just scraped over, my goodness. Now, come on, this to draw level with the German. As you say, he's not keeping his arms straight, so the pull he gets is far, far less than possibly a taller man would do as well. That's it. So Christian Savoy, his most disappointing performance so far, I would suggest. He's in 3rd place currently, but there's still a long way to go.
And he just wasn't coordinating the whole thing well. Shortened levers, shortened pull, didn't go right under his legs with the keg. Made it very difficult for himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, the leader of the group from Dartford, England, Terry Holland.
That's a nice moment, isn't it, to be called the leader. He's got to try and hang on to this lead as well, obviously, to go through to the final. And that's certainly something he achieved last year. Now, Terry Hollands, being tall, being long in the arm, and being very powerful, is well equipped to do this.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago in Minehead, he did this exact event, did all 10 barrels that day without any problem. He tried to do the 10th one with one arm as well to show off. So he's got some past here. On to the 7th.
Come on, Terry.
Just a little bit of timing error there. And he was about a foot short, Paul.
He just seems to have run out of steam. He started off like a train. These last two proving a little bit too much for Terry Hollands. Nevertheless, I still think he's going to finish this event as our overall leader. 6 kegs, he's currently in 2nd place.
The first few, very good. Even had a lucky 6th one over there, but for the 7th, just wasn't going over.
From Estonia, Andres
The
Muramet.
Estonian champion, Andres Muramet, in 2nd place behind Terry Hollands after the last event. And amazingly, it's still Jarek Dymek of Poland who's in the lead. He finished 7 barrels. I do like this event. I think it's been well thought out, and it is certainly a combination of technique and power and endurance as well, because by the time you get to those last 2 red barrels, you are tired.
Well, at World's Strongest Man, you have to test every muscle, don't you? And every type of strength. This is explosive strength. And this 6th keg to equal Hollands.
Well, that is a surprise. He's got weightlifting boots on. Now he does a lot of weightlifting, a lot of Olympic lifting too. Now he's drawn level with Terry Hollands. This one to draw level with Jarek Dymek, not quite. And 5 meters, the target, he says no more. Beginning to blow a bit, so currently tied for 2nd place with the Englishman.
Well, he looked good for the first few, but like Hollands, as the weight gets heavier, he probably just gave too much on those early barrels.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States of America, Dave Osland.
Well, Dave Osland would want to make a move on everybody in this event. He knows precisely what he has to do. He's got to go faster than Dymek. Ideally, he'd like to get 8. Well, technically, that wasn't too good. That was a bit better. That flew over.
Well, if you remember back to Anaheim, California, and that year, it was in his heat, and he nailed every single barrel that year. He was tremendous. But he's had a biceps injury this year, and obviously the strain on his right arm that this creates can put him in some discomfort.
This, of course, a similar event that we see in Highland Games competitions where, amazingly, the competitors use one arm to try and get a weight of 56 pounds, which is heavier than this, over the bar. And the world record, Colin, it's about 18 feet, isn't it?
That's right, just a little bit higher than that. That's 25 kilos. But you know what, Paul? They're not doing it 8 times over. This is 24 kilos, and he's already done, what, 8, 9 throws now? He's exhausted.
Yeah, he really has run out of steam there, and he thinks that is enough. So there you go, another man with 6 kegs. So all of those places, the points will be shared.
It's the veteran warhorse Jarek Dymek who wins the keg toss. Not many would have predicted that. Hollands, Osland and Muramet all share 2nd. Savoy's challenge looks to be slipping away. Terry Hollands has qualified for the 10-man final after an extremely consistent performance, but who will join him from Group 5? Will it be the Estonian Andres Muramet or the man who finished 3rd in 2008, American Dave Osland? The Atlas Stones will decide after the break. Welcome back to Malta for the conclusion of the final qualifying round of World's Strongest Man 2009. As so often happens, it has come down to the final event. The Atlas Stones will decide the last qualification place, as Englishman Terry Hollands has already blasted his way into the final. A respectable second place in the medley got his campaign underway before successive wins, first in his signature event, the truck pull, and then the deadlift, eased any potential nerves. Hollands can now relax if he wants, but it's much tighter for Dave Ostland and Andris Muromets, who will fight a winner-takes-all battle.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. Well, there is the situation currently. Christian Savoy, he lifted all 5 stones, so he has the lead at just over 32 seconds.
From Dartford, England, already through to the final, it's Terry Hollands!
What a great feeling for the Englishman, already through to the final. Jarek Dimmock, he can't qualify, but he's a man of such pride. He will want to perform well here. Here's the situation. All of those 5 stones, ranging from 100 to a massive 160 kilos, have got to be lifted onto the platforms at varying heights, and the time limit is 75 seconds. Well, Terry Hollands, superbly equipped physically, but will he want to go all the way? I think, judging by his body language, he wants this.
Well, he knows this is the setup for the final. Similar platforms, similar stones. He probably is considering this a training session now.
Jarek Dimmock, I keep saying this, but he is the old campaigner. Just wonder how many strength contests he has undergone in a long, long career. I bet it's hundreds. Look at that. Terry Hollands has said, no, I've done enough. I'm fine. I'm through to the final, so he can afford to relax.
Well, Dimmock's a very proud man. Terry just popping it on there before Dimmock, just as a bit of fun. But Dimmock, he's never one to give up, even though he knows he can't make the final. He likes to put a show on. He likes to do his best.
Well, he's not going to score big points in this event, I don't think. But he's going to be smiling all the way through to the final. Jarek Dimmock, the last time we'll see him. What a shame, a great man. Terry Hollands just bouncing that one off his stomach. He's got the final to look forward to now, and that will be a different class of competition.
From the United States of America, Dave Ostland!
Well, this is a real showdown. Dave Ostland knows exactly what he's got to do. He's got to win to guarantee a place in the final. And this fella has to beat the American if he wants his place. So finely poised. The sun beginning to set on the beach behind us. And here we go. It's all down to this one.
Well, Paul, who wants it the most? Muromets or Ostland? And it's Ostland who's gone off to a flyer. He's dealt with those high plinths better, no surprise. He's 4 or 5 inches taller than Muromets. So can the Estonian catch up now?
Well, the Estonian is playing catch-up, but Ostland is staying ahead. It's all down to this 5th stone, 350 pounds, and the American gets it. Thank you very much, he says. I've got it, I'm in the final, and poor old Muromets, despite the fact he got a 5th stone as well, in a very, very good time, he does not qualify. Dave Ostland is through, along with Terry Hollands. Good stuff for the American.
Well, I think it's huge relief for Ostland. Muromets started this heat with a win. He looked good all the way through, but somehow Ostland gathered enough points to make it to the final.
Dear, congratulations there. You always seem so calm and controlled, but what's going through your head as you know you're doing that and it's the last important event?
Just really, really nervous. I wanted to get them done as quick as I could. Andris is such a great competitor. I couldn't afford to make any mistakes, and luckily I didn't.
And how does it feel to be a World's Strongest Man finalist for 2009?
Feels good. I'm happy to be back to the final.
The relief is written all over Dave Ostland's face then as he wins the final event and breaks the heart of the Estonian veteran Andris Muromets. Terry Hollands tops the group, but it couldn't have been closer for that second spot. Ostland and Muromets tied on 26 points. The American goes through on a results countback. So congratulations to big Terry Hollands. He is through to the final, as is the equally massive Dave Osland. And what about that performance from Andras Moromets? Well, our list is now complete. We know our 10 finalists, amongst them 5-time champion Mariusz Pudzianowski. Can he get an historic 6th title, or will we have a new name on the trophy? To find out, join us next time. Until then, though, from Malta, goodbye. Welcome back to the beautiful Mediterranean island of Malta, where over the last few days 30 giant men have thrown heavy barrels, lifted cars and towed 20-ton trucks. We've had our fair share of blood, sweat and tears, but now all that pain, all that screaming, all that effort counts for absolutely nothing. Our 10 finalists have to do it all over again. They currently stand at the foot of one of the toughest mountains in sport. It's the final of World's Strongest Man 2009. 2 Englishmen have made it through to this final. From Dartford, the 30-stone giant Terry Hollands, winner of Group 5 and a genuine contender. And from Stroud, Lawrence Chatelet, he totally dominated round 4. Will he now step up, or will the occasion get to him? One thing is for sure, 5-time champion Mariusz Pudzianowski will have a say in the destination of this title. The Pole is arguably the greatest strongman of all time, but this will be one of the tightest finals we've ever had. Here, with all the action, your commentators Colin Bryce and Paul Dickinson.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. Well, there we have it. Fingal's Fingers is the very first test of strength in this year's final. The rules are very simple. You've got a time limit of 75 seconds. You've got to put the 5 fingers over through 180 degrees. The heaviest of those is 320 kgs. Lawrence Chatelet has got some moral support in the shape of his wife and baby daughter. But the first Englishman we're going to see is Terry Hollands. Did so well to qualify for this final, dominated his heat. He's up against a giant of a man, Brian Shaw from the USA. The Colorado man, absolutely huge. So this is going to be a good start for Terry. There goes the lightest of them. And Colin, he's got a good chance. He came through his heat very strongly.
I don't think we can judge how good Terry is comparing him to Brian in the fingers. Brian could well win this, in fact, very likely to win this event. So if Hollands can hang close, then it'll be good points in this event.
Terry Hollands, he's playing catch-up at the moment. Brian Shaw has gone off like the proverbial rocket. And here goes the last of the Fingal's Fingers. That is huge. But Brian Shaw, one of the pre-event favourites, a great time for him. And Terry Hollands just struggling a wee bit, but he does finish. A shake of the head. It was wobbling all over the place. But there we have the leader, 32.37 for the 5 Fingal's Fingers for Brian Shaw. Terry Hollands, 43.07, still wondering what went wrong.
Well, Shaw just cruised through those. He could have done a 6th one, I'm sure. Hollands, though, I think he's suggesting that the finger was moving a little. Caused him problems anyway.
Terry, well done for getting all 5 there, but you did seem to struggle on the last finger. What was going through your head?
Well, I mean, basically, as I was doing it, it was moving side to side, and obviously, I want to be pushing it in a straight line. When it's the platform's sliding, it makes it like 100 times harder. So, I don't know, maybe it's a slight bit of bad technique from me, or just that the equipment's slipping on the surface. I don't know, but yeah, not very happy with that, to be honest.
Well, not too happy at all. Dave Ostland, he went 5 fingers, 32.08. So cracking time for the American, just ahead of his teammate. And Travis Ortmeyer of the USA in 3rd place.
Representing Lithuania, Zydrunas Savikas.
One of the favourites for the title, Zydrunas Savikas. One of the most experienced too, alongside a former world's strongest man, Phil Pfister. And the Americans occupying places 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. They could get the top 4 if Pfister produces something out of the top draw here. Away we go.
Well, if you remember back to Heat 2, Savikas won that heat ahead of Brian Shaw, and he won this event too ahead of Brian Shaw. So we know he's good at it. Some people think Savikas isn't an athlete, he's just a heavily built, static power man. But he can move, Savikas, and he's well ahead of Pfister here. And Pfister used to have the world record in this event.
Well, Savikas is going like a train. It's a fast time as well. That was superb. Savikas, 28.69. And the former world's strongest man, Phil Pfister, really struggling over the latter half of the course. 37.57. Big Phil will be gutted with that time. What a time by Savikas. It's just been announced. A new world record in the Fingles Fingers.
Is Pfister the same force he was 3 years ago when he won the Worlds? I'm not so sure he is. But Savikas, a world record. What a way to start.
Not just the current world's strongest man, but a man who's won more titles in this competition than anybody in history. Derek Poundstone, 2nd last year, eager for revenge. What a matchup we've got here. Well, Pudzianowski didn't get away too well in his heats. Had a series of 2nd places, but he really means business now. This is the final. This is where the big man comes alive.
Well, neither Pudzianowski or Poundstone are particularly good at this event compared to the absolute world's best. Neither man much over 6 foot, and that is a bit of a hindrance in this.
Well, this is bad news for Terry Hollands. Both of these guys making rapid progress. And before these final pairings went, Terry was down in 6th place. And look at this, Poundstone getting it over. That is good. That is very good indeed from the American. And Pudzianowski there really battled after a terrific start. But he finishes in 36.47 for 6th place. The big man has made a slip up there. And Derek Poundstone, well, he flew down the course, 35.38. But what a time it was set by Savikas a few moments ago. He wins. Not just a world record, of course, but maximum points too.
What an amazing performance from Zydrunas Savikas, a world record time, confirming him as the principal challenger to Pudzianowski's crown. The Pole could only manage 6th place in this toughest of finals. We're off and running in Malta. These 9 men are going to provide the Dominator with his sternest test ever. Welcome back to sunny Malta for the final of World's Strongest Man 2009. Here with details of the next event is Zoe Salmon.
Thanks, Martin. Now, as you know, I love a good race, but this next one I'd probably give a miss. It's the Giant Farmer's Walk, and believe me, you'd have to genuinely consider yourself a giant to take part. One man who definitely fits that bill is Mr. Bill Kazmaier, 3 times World's Strongest Man champion. Bill, what lies ahead for our finalists in this event?
A really tough event. 160 kilos, 25 stones in each hand. Down the course, 25 meters, set them down, spin the body, pick them back up with all their might, go as fast as they can. Some will drop, some will be pretty quick. A brutal event.
Sounds tough. Now, Bill, we've already seen a lot of drama in our first event with Savikas setting a new world record. Any predictions for this event?
Of course, my favorite, Poundstone, the American.
Okay, well, let's see if Bill's predictions are correct.
One of the world's all-time greats calling this a brutal event. 75 seconds, the time limit, the course is 50 metres and 160 kilograms in each hand.
From Canada, Louis-Philippe
Louis-Philippe Jean, who's done so well to reach this World's Strongest Man final. Laurent Charlet absolutely dominated his heat. Totally psyched up for this one. And Travis Ortmeyer from Cyprus in Texas, the Texas Stone Man, alongside the former champion, Phil Pfister, who had a disappointing start. And the fighting face of Mariusz Pudzianowski, the all-time great of World's Strongest Man. Well, this is the equivalent of carrying a small motorcycle in each arm. That is phenomenal. And it's Pudzianowski who gets away to a cracking start. Pudzianowski is absolutely flying, but the crucial point comes when they have to turn around. Louis-Philippe Jean on the far side is going well too, but once again it's Pudzianowski who gets away so well. The pole is flying. The master is coming home. What a finishing time for Mariusz Pudzianowski. 25.05. Colin, that was phenomenal.
Incredible grip strength, but look who's coming in second. It's Charlet, ahead of Pfister. And it's not lost on the Gloucester man.
There is the Canadian champion finishing on the far side. And Travis Ortmeyer really struggling here. He's had enough. Surely he can't get these over the line now. That was a brilliant start by Pudzianowski, but Laurent Charlet, that could be big points.
Every time you have to pick this up again, it's so hard on the lower back. Ortmeyer looks like a beaten man already. But Pudzianowski, 25 seconds. I thought a winning time might be 35 here, Paul. That's phenomenal.
Laurent Charlet, though, currently in second place. If you can hang on to that, what a brilliant start it would be. And Phil Pfister, he looked a little bit lethargic there, but he's still third fastest so far. Louis-Philippe Jean, 50.45, really struggled. And Travis Ortmeyer, a big disappointment for the American.
Well, look at Charlet. I'm sure he was worried his grip was going. In fact, it was. Right at the end there, he was hanging on with his fingertips.
How does it feel having 25 stone in each hand? That is heavy going.
How would you feel having 25 stone in each hand? It really hurts your grip. Imagine that weight trying to rip open your hands. You see a lot of guys, they'll cut their hands open and things. It's a painful event, but one of my better events, so I'm happy. Good performance for me, that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it was very good. The next heat now, Dave Ostland of the United States. A Minnesota man, 6 feet 7 inches tall. Terry Hollands once more. And he finished in 8th place after Fingal's fingers. Very disappointed, must come back here. Derek Poundstone, the runner-up to Mariusz Pudzianowski in the final in 2008. Zydrunas Savickas has got to be one of the favourites to take this event. And a real dark horse is Brian Shaw. Always wears that mouth guard when he's taking part in strongmen events. Mariusz Pudzianowski's time 25.05 and Laurent Charlet's time 33.54. Right in the middle, Savickas gets away well.
Well, it was Poundstone who was up first, but I think Hollands is in the lead here. Savickas, though, coming back. This is going to be very close, Paul.
Well, Hollands gets away. Poundstone is struggling. Savickas coming on strong. Now, come on, Terry. Grit your teeth. Hollands is going well, but goes down. Poundstone coming through. Wow, what a finish. Poundstone finishes now. And Terry Hollands could finish in a moment. Savickas finishes. Oh, my goodness. It all went wrong for Terry Hollands on the far side in the last couple of metres.
But he's looking at his hands there. And how about Brian Shaw? He's meant to have one of the best grips in the world. He had real problems there. These are very thin handles, and for big men, I think they're almost too thin. Look at Hollins, he's looking at his hands. Looks like he's cut them up. That's not the way you want to start the World's Strongest Man finals.
Well, we're still waiting for one man to cross the line, and I'm sure the inquest into that event will go on for some time. The American has finished. So the jury is out on whether Terry Hollins is going to score big points here. But Derek Poundstone comes through with a very good time to finish in second place. Sidrinas Avikas just faded over the last 10 metres or so. 36.20 for him. Terry Hollins, sixth place. He hasn't got off to a great start, has he? 37.13. And Brian Shaw, as Colin Bryce was saying, a big disappointment for the American, expected to do better. Dave Osler, well, I think we know what he thinks about it. Ninth place for the big Yank.
I think if this race had been 10 or 15 metres shorter, Hollins would have done a whole lot better. His grip just giving away. Look at the pain on his face. It's Pudzianowski with 25 seconds, well faster than anyone else, who wins.
Terry Hollins' fingers absolutely wrecked after that event.
Terry Hollins may be feeling the pain right now, but Mariusz Pudzianowski will be mightily relieved after that performance. The big Englishman has to settle for sixth. The major surprise, Travis Ortmeyer comes in dead last. It's the big Z still leading the way, but Poundstone and Pudzianowski are right on his shoulder. A fantastic result for Loris Chalet, moves him into sixth, alongside 2006 champion Phil Pfister. Hollins slips to eighth. Well, as expected, this is turning into one of the hardest fought finals we've ever had, and things are about to get a lot more difficult for the athletes as we move down here to the Malta International Airport for one of the classic strongman events. Any moment now, all 10 of the athletes are going to have to pull one of those.
So a tremendous event in prospect for World's Strongest Man. We have pulled some big things over the years, but none comes any bigger than this. There's the time limit. Once more, 75 seconds. The course is 25 metres, and the plane weighs a whopping 44 tonnes. Well, Travis Ortmeyer, lying in 8th place after 2 events. He's actually equal 8th at the moment. The American would have wanted to get off to a much, much smarter start. Don't worry, the plane's not going to take off, unless, of course, Travis Ortmeyer really turns on the afterburners. But away he goes. He's going to find this hard, as is everybody, Colin.
Well, I mean, it's just impossibly big, this. It's hard to imagine how a human can pull such a colossal object. But he's doing it, he's got it underway, and that's probably the most difficult part, getting it moving. Now he just has to keep the pressure on, pull with those arms, drive for the line. And you know what? This is going to be a decent time. They thought it would be about 40 seconds, the winner. And I think that's what Ortmeyer is going to do here.
Well, he's going to be close, that's for sure. The front wheels have got to go over the line. There we have it. Good time, Travis Ortmeyer, 40.53. And the lungs at this point in time must be burning. The legs will be hurting, everything will hurt here. Good start, and he finished strongly.
Well, that was an almost picture-perfect pull from Ortmeyer. The other guys really have a tough benchmark to chase now.
Well, Brian Shaw really psyched up here, but as you can see from the lens on our camera, it is beginning to rain, and that will be a big disappointment to the remaining competitors. The grip is so important here, and this could have a major effect.
Okay, take the strain. Ready? Ready? Yes!
Well, Brian Shaw's got body weight on his side. We know he's the heaviest competitor in the entire contest. We saw that it said 385 pounds for body weight. I'm sure it's a lot higher than that, well over 400 pounds, Paul. He's a monstrous big man at 6'8", and he has very strong legs as well. Good start. This is underway, and it's moving quicker than Ortmeyer had it moving.
Well, he certainly has accelerated, that's for sure. He's got to go over the white line, but then the plane has to cross it too. He's going. He continues to motor. Those legs are working very, very well indeed. Watch the clock. Travis Ortmeyer's time, 40.53. I do not believe it. That is exactly the same time to exactly 100th of a second. My goodness.
Well, I guess the difference there was Shaw had to deal with the rain. Psychologically, he knows that it's going to be harder pulling in the rain. The shoes don't stick as much. So Brian Shaw probably did the better pull, but it's equal on time.
Well, let's catch up with some other results. Travis Ortmeyer and Brian Shaw lead with that outstanding time of 40.53. And look at Phil Pfister down in 4th place.
From Lithuania, Zydrunas Zavikas.
3 athletes to go now. The first of them, Zydrunas Zavikas, the leader after 2 events.
Okay, take the strain, Zydrunas.
Well, you'd have heard Colin Bryce say earlier that body weight is a factor here. This guy is a giant. And just look at the size of those mighty arms as well. Just leaning against the plane to get it going. Now he's got momentum. Now the hard work begins.
Well, you can hear him breathing, trying to keep oxygen into that massive body of his. After about 15 or 20 seconds, he's going to have the lactic acid kicking in. But he's got it moving now. He just has to keep the momentum going. This is going to be another time around 40 seconds, Paul. It's all very tight.
Well, that plane wheel creeping nearer and nearer the line, and the clock is ticking away still. It's going to be close. So close. Oh, just under the leading time so far. And Zavikas has just been told 40.24. This event just keeps on getting better and better all the time. I wonder if anybody can break the 40-second barrier.
Well, he did just about as much as he could there. This could well be the winning time, Paul.
Well, Zydrunas Zavikas trying to hang on to his lead. But you'd never count against Mariusz Pudzianowski. And you know, Colin, when you think about all of the great strongmen in the past, whether they're Icelandic, Swedish, Norwegian, this guy has won more titles than anybody, and that definitely does make him one of the best ever.
Oh, it's plain and simple. He's got 5 titles, more than anyone else ever, and probably in a much more competitive era as well. Listen to that guttural roar from Mariusz. How much does he want this?
Well, the times have been so close so far. Growling, hurting, working through the pain, and Mariusz Pudzianowski has got it all. He's got the physical equipment. He's certainly got the motivation. It's going to be close again. Watch the clock. Just over 40 seconds, dips under 41. My goodness, it's close again. Mariusz Pudzianowski, 40.91. But that is only good enough for 4th place. Such is the standard that has been set.
Well, what's the difference between him and Zavikas? It can't be more than 2 inches, 3 inches in the pulling power there. Amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Dartford, England, Terry Hollands!
What a moment for Terry Hollands. And the most important thing for him now is to finish and finish fast, because tied for 8th place is not good enough. He was, of course, a finalist last year. Uses his immense body weight just to get this thing rolling down the runway, and Terry Hollands now has to really turn on the juice.
Let's not forget, Paul, he was the best truck puller of all 30 athletes in their heats. Terry Hollands loves this event. He's got that perfect combination of body weight and colossal leg and arm power. He's a real athlete, Hollands. He really can shift.
Well, if anybody wants to win this, they've got to get as close to 40 seconds as possible. And Hollands is sprinting away. It's going to be close. This is fast. It's victory for England. Terry Hollands does it. He's going to find out in a moment. He wants to know the time desperately. There it is. 38.19. Words fail me. That was brilliant.
Paul, he really needed this win. If he stands any chance of getting on the podium or winning this event, the comeback had to start now.
Terry Hollands, the only man to break 40 seconds, proving that he definitely belongs in this exalted company. Fine performances from Poundstone and Pfister are only good enough for 6th and 7th place. Zavickas is pulling away. Can he finally win this title after finishing as runner-up on 3 occasions? Travis Ortmeyer and Dave Ostland are not living up to their billings at the moment. Their hopes of a top 5 finish are fading fast. But Hollands has struck a blow here in Malta. Will it be enough to trouble the 3 favourites? Welcome back to the final of World's Strongest Man 2009 from the crystal clear coastline of Malta. We've had some fantastic action since you've been away in the overhead lift. Brian Shaw managed a very respectable 6 reps with this extremely awkward bar. His compatriot Travis Ortmeyer went 1 better. Reigning champion Mariusz Pudzianowski then upped the ante. He tied for 2nd place with Derek Poundstone. But once again, Zydrunas Savickas takes maximum points. The Lithuanian is beginning to look untouchable as he edges out his 2 closest rivals. Canadian Louis-Philippe Jean can be very proud of his 5 reps, but the 2 Englishmen are at the bottom of the pile. 6.5 points is the gap at the top. Can anyone catch Savickas? Hollands has slipped to the bottom half, but he has some big names to keep him company down there. Here are Zoe and Bill Kazmaier with details of the next event.
Yes, Martin, that's right. We're down here at the Blue Grotto for the boat pull. Our guys are going to have to pull this 300-kilogram boat up the 20-metre ramp in the fastest possible time. Now, bear in mind that it usually takes 5 normal-sized guys to do the job, so this is really going to hurt our athletes. How on earth are they going to feel? What pain is going to be going through their bodies, Kaz?
Zoe, their legs are going to be blasted. Their upper back is going to pump quickly. The pain's going to move down into their lower back. Their arms are going to feel like stumps. And when their hands fatigue, the rope is their only lifeline.
Sounds scary. Let's pull that boat.
I love that description by Bill Kazmaier. There's the time limit, 75 seconds once more. The course is only 20 metres, but the boat weighing 300 kilograms will just feel heavier and heavier the higher it gets. Zydrunas Savickas, the leader. He's been absolutely superb in this final so far. There are the competitors that have gone before. Travis Ortmeyer leads the way, 45.88. Lawrence Charlet there, 51.13, down in 4th place. There's the course coming up on the runners. And Zydrunas Savickas knows this event, but he's struggling at the beginning. You've got to get that rope moving quickly. You've got to use the legs, and you must use the back as well.
You know, there's 2 things against Savickas here. Number 1 is he's actually got quite small hands for a giant guy, and this is a very thick rope. The other thing is very thick midriff, very thick midsection, and he's doing really very small pulls. When you watch an Olympic rower, they do colossal long pulls. He's going for it though, isn't he, Paul? He's giving absolutely everything into this.
It really does beg a belief as to how a strongman can train for this event. But Savickas keeps on. As Bill Kazmaier said, he's going to feel absolutely blasted at the end of this. You get the feeling that the taller men will benefit here because of the longer levers, and we've got Travis Ortmeyer leading at the moment at 45 seconds, and Savickas is way down on that time.
Just over a minute for Savickas, and that's really thrown Mariusz a lifeline. Look at his pulls. They weren't more than 8-10 inches each time he went for the rope. He needs to practice this.
From Poland, the 5 times world's strongest man, Mariusz Pudzianowski!
I remember the time Mariusz won this event for the very first time, won the title. He was delighted. I wonder if even he dreamed he would go and win it a further 4 times. The all-time record holder for World's Strongest Man titles gets this underway. Now, is that talcum powder or is that chalk underneath his bottom? Will that make things easier for him?
It absolutely is talcum powder. Marius has thought of everything. Ever the professional, he's realised the others are sticking on that wooden board, and he's thrown a load of talc down, and it's working, Paul. Look at the length of pull he gets. Look at the legs on that man.
Well, he's just like a prime racehorse, isn't he? Bristling with muscle, as you were saying. And this is a very good time. It could be under 40 seconds. Yes, it is. Mariusz Pudzianowski shows why he is the great champion. I didn't understand a word of that, but I bet it meant, yes, I am number one. 39.38. That is outrageous.
And you know what, Paul? He didn't expend that much energy doing it. Zavickas has gone to the bank big time in that minute and 2 second pull. Marius, he's not even out of breath.
Big Brian Shaw. Well, he's been saying for some time that this is the event for him. And of course, being 6'8", having the longest levers of anybody, he could be right. Away we go. The time to beat, of course, was an outstanding one by Pudzianowski, 39.38. And this guy now going hand over hand. He's got quite an interesting technique, Colin, but it's effective.
Well, everybody else got stuck on that first pull, Paul, not Brian Shaw, so we know he must be quicker off the start. And he's only 5-6 metres from the line. This is really quick.
But he's not just going to win this event, he's going to blow everybody out of the water. Oh, my goodness. 32.44. That is almost 7 seconds faster than Mariusz Pudzianowski.
Well, if you're going to build a perfect athlete to pull a boat arm over arm, you'd build Brian Shaw. 6'8", long levers, incredibly strong hands and massive hands. Hands like a bunch of bananas. He's not letting go of that rope. No chance. Colossal power.
Brian, 32 seconds. Did nobody tell you this is going to be difficult? You can't be that surprised, though. You were very confident going into this event, weren't you?
Yeah, this has always been a great event for me. You know, I knew that I could put up a good time, and it's just honestly at that point in time, the pressure was on me to step up, and that's what I did. So I'm happy.
So you're in a good place right now.
I think so. I mean, I don't know what the points are after that, but definitely couldn't have hurt me. So we'll see what happens.
What a performance from Big Brian Shaw, beating the reigning champion by almost 7 seconds. Terry Hollands can be proud of his efforts. And Lawrence Charlet did well, but the big news is Zydrunas Zavickas well down in 8th place. That means that the gap at the top has been cut to just half a point, and this competition is definitely back on. Brian Shaw's efforts move him into 3rd. Terry Hollands is within striking distance of the top half. Next up is an event he enjoys. Here are Colin and Paul.
Thanks very much indeed, Martin. That's what lies in wait for the strongmen. The deadlift and 2 cars there. This is the situation so far. Terry Hollands of England leads the way on 8 repetitions. Ortmeyer is there. Charlie has completed 6 lifts. He's lying in 3rd place. But Brian Shaw, who did so well in that last event, he's moved up from 4th place into 3rd and could challenge. Derek Poundstone is the man who's playing catch-up now. Poundstone ideally equipped for this deadlift. Very simple mathematics. How many times can you lift the car? Away we go. And it's 8 to beat, Colin.
In this event last year, it was lighter, but Poundstone managed to draw with Pudzianowski. They both did 10 reps. So we know Poundstone has a great deadlift. But Shaw, who knows? He's improved so much since last season.
Well, how can you convert from a successful basketball player into a successful strongman? If you want to know the answer to that, you ask this fella. Derek Poundstone, the rock-solid policeman, is going well. He's on 8 lifts, needs 1 more to go into the lead. Can Shaw draw level? Shakes it up there. Shaw's got 8, but Poundstone has got 9. No more for Shaw. He's given his all. And Poundstone has as well, and he is in the lead. He wants to know how many. I can tell him it's 9. Ryan Shaw currently tied for second place. Still good points for the American.
Well, Poundstone did what he had to do. Take first place. It's heavier than last year, so I think 9 reps is very impressive. But Shaw, 8, he shouldn't be disappointed. That's a solid rep count.
Zavikas still leads, still moving towards this title of the World's Strongest Man 2009. The man up against him this time, though, is the defending champion. So much pride at stake here. He's lying in second place. He's playing catch-up. You never know, Colin. It could all be on this event, let alone the event to come. This one is a crucial one. If Zavikas can finish in the lead after this one, the pressure goes back to Pudzianowski.
Look at Pudzianowski again, the professional. He's put baby oil all over his legs to help that bar slip up his thighs. Never misses a trick, Marius. But it's Zavikas who's just a fraction ahead here.
I'll tell you what, for my money, Zavikas looks the stronger. He's ahead by 1 repetition. Closely being followed, though, by Pudzianowski. But Pudzianowski now beginning to burn calories, beginning to cramp up a little bit as well. And he's beginning to struggle.
Well, Zavikas has equaled Poundstone's total. 1 more, it'll be double figures and the win.
That could be the repetition that gets him closer to the world title of World's Strongest Man. Pudzianowski has not finished, though. He gets 9. He draws level with Poundstone, and Zavikas has rubbed salt in the wounds. As far as everybody else is concerned, he's moved on to 11. Zavikas just making sure that Pudzianowski is not going to catch him, and I don't think there's any danger of that. The champion says no more. Zavikas is the winner. And that could be a crucial result for this year's competition. Marius is beaten again.
You know, Paul, Marius could really have done with that last rep. Instead of second equal, he'd have been second on his own. 8.5 points now. He has to share second place with Poundstone. And Zavikas goes 1.5 points further into the lead.
3 times a runner-up. How does it feel right now to be on the threshold of winning that title?
I need to win this title because it was too much time second place in this competition. I must win.
Exciting times entering into the last event. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to winning ways for Zydrunas Zavikas. A share of second place for Pudzianowski might not be enough. Pfister's chances of finishing in the top half look to be over after another poor performance. The lead is back to 2, and the reigning champion will be looking over his shoulder at the young American. Terry Holland's hopes of a top 5 finish remain alive with 1 event to go. 5 titles and arguably the greatest of all time, but is Zydrunas Zavikas about to take the Dominator's crown? So it all comes down to this. Yet again, the Atlas Stones will decide who will be the world's strongest man. This has been the finest lineup we've ever had. The weights have been heavier, the times have been faster, the competition has never been tighter. Theoretically, 4 men can still win this title, but realistically, it's a shootout between the big 2. Zydrunas Zavikas against the 5 times champion Marius Pudzianowski. These stones will fly.
That is guaranteed. Zydrunas Zavikas there has 49 points, a 2-point cushion over the defending champion. Brian Shaw's been a good competitor as well. He's currently lying in 3rd place. Derek Poundstone, though, in 4th. He has got a mountain to climb. Came here with a massive reputation, hasn't quite lived up to it. Been very impressed with Brian Shaw, and if he does finish in 3rd place, he will be delighted. There's who's gone before. Travis Altmaier leading the way. The Stone Man from Texas, 24.29. This is where it's at for World's Strongest Man 2009. Now, these two guys have got to fly. Martin Bayfield said the stones will fly. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, in theory, both these men can still win, but truly, this is the bronze medal fight right here, and Shaw's just in the lead ahead of Poundstone.
I'll tell you what, Shaw is a name for the future. He may not win this competition this year, but he is a mighty, mighty man and finishes there. It's a good time. Poundstone smiles all over his face, but it's Brian Shaw who got the edge there. 25.62. That was class.
And you know what, Paul? That now makes 7 men having done 5 stones under 30 seconds. There is a very tight group of guys now. This makes Marius and Zavikas' battle even harder. One little slip up and you can easily lose 5 or 6 points.
It's all come to this last act by Zavikas on the left and Pujanovsky. He can smell the title, he can feel the title. But is he going to win it ahead of this guy who's won it 5 times before? Oh, it's nerve-tingling stuff here in Malta.
Ready?
This is it, Colin. The title every strongman wants to win.
Marius isn't hanging around, Paul. He was much quicker on that first stone. Oh, a slight mistake there, though, and it's neck and neck once again.
Well, Zavikas has got 3. Pujanovsky has got 3. Now Zavikas goes ahead. This last one for the title, surely. He is the world's strongest man. Wow, Pujanovsky has lost his title. Finishes in 2nd place. He cannot believe it. Equally, Zydrunas Zavikas can hardly believe he will be crowned shortly as the world's strongest man. What a way to finish.
Well, Paul, very sporting from Pujanovsky. 5 times world's strongest man. Lifts the new champion's arm up. Zavikas, people have talked about him for years as potentially being the strongest man. Now he is in 2009. There's no doubt this year he is the champ.
He is the man. For the next 12 months, nobody can take this title away from him.
The Stone Man takes the win, Terry Hollands takes 3rd, but sandwiched between them is the result that matters. Englishman Lawrence Charlet is the only man not to lift all 5 stones, but all eyes are on our champion.
Zydrunas, before this, you'd already won every single strongman competition title there was to win. You've already been runner-up on numerous occasions, and now you've just won World's Strongest Man 2009. How are you feeling?
I am very happy. Finally, I won this competition. 2 times was unlucky, was 2nd. 2004 was very close to winning, but I was injured, and now I come back after 5 years. I am very happy to win this great contest.
Has anybody ever deserved it more? What a comeback, what a champion. Pujanovsky finishes 2nd, Shaw takes 3rd. Hollands misses out on a top 5 finish, and Charlet avoids the wooden spoon in his first final. So high drama right to the very end here in Malta, but ultimately it's the giant Lithuanian, the Big Z, who claims the top spot on the podium. Will he be back to defend his title? Will Marius Pujanovsky ever regain the crown? And will the UK athletes ever mount a challenge to rival that of the Americans? There's only one way to find out. That's to join us next year. Until then, though, goodbye and congratulations to Zydrunas Zavikas, World's Strongest Man 2009.
Muscles aren't available online, but you can get a little closer to your beefcake heroes by logging on to bravo.co.uk for a chance to win a World's Strongest Man bag of stuff. After the ads, though, it's leverage.